Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for this morning? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that the February 16th, 2023 council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Hearing none. I have no particular remarks today. So could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of February the 2nd? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that February 2nd, 2023 regular council meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meetings today, so we'll move into our delegations. And this morning we have Greg Bishop to make a further request for extension on his subdivision plan. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for allowing me to address you today, and I certainly apologize for maybe that short letter from last month. And obviously, this needs a bit more explanation about what's transpired over the last number of years. And I am obviously requesting that we can get an extension. So I assume everybody has read the letter. I'm in Kingston, by the way, if you're wondering what's in the background here. Whatever, we've moved down here on a part-time basis to, of course, help Kim Roberts and Mallory here with the situation that's going on there at the hospital. So at the outset, again, I do apologize for not keeping informed about the overall progress of the project. It's a unique one in itself, and as you can see from my letter, it's important to me that some of these projects become fully funded. I see too many of these projects where the owner is not funded and the townships ends up taking over the project. And I use an example in Dysart where across from We Care, that subdivision, draft plan of subdivision, started selling off lots. So now you got a bunch of new owners, and the people that owned it did not have their wherewithal to build the township road. So the township ended up having to take it over and take the subdivision over and contract out the completion of that road itself and so on. So it's important to me to make sure that along the way here that this one is completely funded, and for a number of reasons, and I'll explain that a little bit further here. But Keith Thomas should be in the room there. Keith came on as a partner in 2020, and by the way, Greg Bishop Surveying, not owned by me anymore. I had to get out because I'm the alternate chair of the Ontario Land Tribunal. I couldn't be connected to subdivisions or any kind of development. So this is now my wife and my son. So I'm the armchair planner because he shut that business down too on me. So here you got it. You got me here today, and with no benefit other than the family. So anyways, Keith came on in 2020, and that was important to me because this subdivision is really, really unique. Unlike a Dysart subdivision where all lands are owned by privately, and of course in your municipality you had all kinds of 90% of your properties M&R. So the first condition that we needed to get out of the way is to purchase that small triangular piece of land that really landlocked us and didn't allow us to proceed even with the subdivision itself. So that needed a letters patent, just like back in the 1800s, and that took 3 years. That one little piece of information within the condition of the subdivision took 3 years to complete. Again, unique. The only spot it can happen is in these municipalities that have Crown, and the developer needs Crown for assistance. So we got through that process, and then as you can see from my letter, the subdivision agreement, start to finish until it was finally signed, was a 2.5-year project. So there's 5.5 years into it, and the subdivision agreement is critical to meet the other conditions. The Ministry of Environment cannot look at it until it's done, signed, still may be changed because they're going to look at it in view of the environmental reports and so on, and make sure that they feel that the conditions in the subdivision agreement are in place and proper to formulate the process. So we're at that stage where that's gone out. The MOE's looking at it, as we know with COVID, who knows how long. It's so hard to know when it's out of your hands, of course. So the other thing that's unique about this subdivision, and this is again why Keith's in the room, and then why I had Keith come on, and maybe know he's a cousin of Sanders, my wife, so they're partnered together on this. The hydrology study way back, which I believe if you did one today, you wouldn't need it, but the hydrology study said that all lots needed wells drilled before you could sell the lots. So that puts you in a different position as well as the owner of the subdivision, because you can't sell them at draft plan stage if you can't guarantee water, and you're not going to sell them until you can get the well in. It's just one of these things where it's one step from the other. So it's not just the subdivision road that Keith's going to build. We are also in the position where he's able to help buy into the project and also fund putting all the driveways in, clearing all the lots, and using our site plan that you have on file, of course, is positioning all of these wells in the proper position so that they're drilled, tested, and have the capacity that's needed before you can even sell a lot. So again, a unique subdivision where most subdivisions just go to draft. Once they get draft plan approval, they go for sale, because there aren't things that are going to affect ultimately the potential sale or even being able to sell the lot itself. So that's why, if I assume he's sitting in the room there, that's why he's there today.
He was here, but we're not ready to accept members of the public yet to our meeting. So he's with you in spirit. He may be watching by.
Fair enough. So of course we have Steve Churko's doing all our Bell and Hydro, and Bell's been back and forth from no service to whatever. And the cost of Hydro and Bell, I'm estimating around $500,000, and I don't want to have to dig trenches twice and do all that stuff. So that's working its way. And finally, because of the funding, as you all know, through the province, to make sure we have high speed everywhere, they've now come on board that they're going to service this subdivision with high speed in ground, as opposed to us having to go to the Tower and Saskatchewan Lake. And I mean, that's a good thing for the people that live in here. It's a little more of a bill for us to take on and put it in place. So the other thing is, I know they wanted to start putting Hydro and Bell in this spring, but that's, again, everything needs to fall in order when it comes to a subdivision, because Hydro wants the easement in advance. Well, they can't get the easement in advance until the subdivision is registered. There's other ways around it, and I may have a chat with Sean at some point in time, but that's another thing that just keeps holding us up until we get the subdivision on title. So it's just one condition after the other, and sometimes others can't move forward, of course, as I said before certain conditions are met. I only took this project on in 2017, so I agree it's been 6.5 years for me, and unfortunately I switched jobs in 2020 and they shut the planning department down at my old firm. So I have to agree. I've caused some of the grief on time. There's been others, though, as I say, acquiring the piece of property and dealing with the subdivision agreement itself has also taken time. Most subdivisions today have 5-year timelines on them. That's pretty standard. You have a 5-year timeline, and then you start asking for 2-year extensions. And I've been involved in a lot of subdivisions in Alberta since all of the new regulations, more in 2005 onward, that come in where all these studies have to take place. I've hardly seen a subdivision that hasn't taken 10 years from start to finish. And as we all know, this subdivision really didn't do anything for the first, 22 years or 23 years before anything even happened to start this moving forward when it was in other hands. So anyways, Keith and I are committed to finish this project. We want to, obviously from a housing perspective and whatever, we want to see this through. We want to make sure it's done and done right, and it's funded properly, so that there's not going to be hitches along the way and so on. So we, as I said before, we can't list them until the lots are cleared, wells drilled and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a slower process with this one, just because of the conditions that are in place on this particular process. I'm lucky enough to be 65 this year. I'm retiring in June. So I will be able to start to pay full-time attention to this here very shortly and try to keep this thing moving through the process. And unfortunately can't control the time when your subdivision agreement's out to somewhere and when they reply and so on. I'm sure like your desks, files move from the bottom to the top, and if they're too busy, there's no way of calling and saying, can you bring me to the top of the file? So not sure when we'll get MOE response, but that's one of the things that's in the pipeline as well as we speak. So I'm here today and hopefully between my letter and this discussion that helps better inform you. And again, I certainly apologize for not keeping you better informed as we went through the project. And I would ask if you could reconsider the timing of the 2 years. Just the 6 months alone the registration of the subdivision itself, once all conditions are met, I've already estimated, it used to take 2 to 3 months. I've already estimated due to the volume that these lawyers have, that it's going to be 6 months just to get the plan of subdivision on title once all conditions are met. So that process alone was 6 months. And that's the reason I didn't come back for a year. I thought, well, I still haven't heard from MOE. I've got a couple other conditions, although most of them have been met. I don't, the time, you can't, when it's out of your hands, you just don't have the control of the time. And that's why I thought this is kind of crazy to go 1 year at a time each time. Why don't we do 2? Because I'm pretty comfortable and confident this can get done, in a year and 3 months or whatever it may be. But I just didn't want to have to come back again next year. And that was the reason for the 2-year request.
Well, it's obviously more complicated than your first letter indicated. And, we looked at a number of factors. Part of it being that the subdivision has been, this process has been ongoing for so many years. And there's such a huge need for housing of all types, which is probably one of the bigger factors that influenced our decision, the last time this came forward to us. And I'm wondering now, do we truly need the 2 years? Do you think that it could be accomplished in a year? And if not, you could come back for another extension? I just sort of see if we allow 2 years, and it could be another 2 years and we still don't have any lots, readily available to people to develop. It does sound like, when you talk about the need for wells to be in place before you're able to sell the lots. I had no notion about that. I'm surprised to hear that. Anyway, I would ask if members of council have any specific questions for Mr. Bishop, and then we'll hear from Sean and then have a discussion. Any questions? Sean, you want to comment? Can we keep Greg on while Sean's, okay, good.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I don't really have anything more to add other than my original staff report, which came forward with the request and would support an extension as requested.
Thoughts or comments from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Happy to concur with the request with the additional information provided.
For 2 years? Any other comments? Okay, do we have a resolution then? Yes. The only comment that I would make, Greg, is that if we're going to allow for a 2-year extension, I'd hope to see a commitment from you that you are going to move forward as quickly as you can, and hopefully you'll be able to complete, the conditions before the 2-year time frame. But understanding that it's a bit more complicated than we originally heard. It sounds like you're going to get your 2-year extension.
I absolutely am committed to getting this moving along for sure. And again, as I said before, when certain conditions that are out of your hands, subdivision agreement in itself, out of your hands, where the first go around took a year and we had to start from scratch. Let's put it that way. So that's the issue and why I thought the 2-year would be beneficial. And there's no question I will push as much as I can, but again, some of those types of things such as MOE and responses back are out of your control to a certain extent. I'm very hopeful this thing is done in Redshift within 2 years. I shouldn't say I can't imagine, because so far some of the other things have taken a year or two longer than I ever expected. So, and again, when it's not so much me, it's the other institutions you're working with and how quickly they turn the paperwork around for you as well. But I'm absolutely committed, and either way, if you didn't give me a 2-year extension, you're going to get a brand new draft plan of subdivision coming at you within the next 6 months after, because this thing is getting done one way or the other, and
Okay.
and fully committed to doing it.
Thank you. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to put the resolution on the floor? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor, excuse me, moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Greg Bishop requesting a 2-year extension for draft approved plan of subdivision file number 4016-91001 located on the Canisius River. And then council hereby rescinds its resolution passed on its January 19th, 2023, which approved a 6-month extension for the said draft plan of subdivision. And further, the council recommends approval of the 2-year time extension for draft plan approved plan subdivision file number 4016-91001.
All in favor? That's carried. Your request is approved.
Thank you so much for this. I'll stay on it as hard as I can to get things done here and get this thing into for registration and hopefully see some construction over the next couple of years. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Greg, and best wishes to you and your family.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, next item on the agenda is building and bylaw enforcement.
Morning, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to report that our building permits, we've started out already the year with 6 building and a couple of septic. We've got realized about $4,000 worth of fees already with about $800,000 worth of construction value. So starting out very well. Not quite as much as last year or the year before, but I anticipated a slowdown. So.
Any questions for Greg? Okay, hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive his report? Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives report BLDG 523 regarding monthly activities submitted by Greg Moore and dated February 16th, 2023 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Next up is Parks, Recreation and Trails. Starting with your monthly activity report. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Couple things I'd like to highlight on the monthly activities. One, we've gotten our job postings up for all summer positions across the PRT department. So those are on our website and the newspaper. Just want to make everybody aware that we're accepting applications for those, and they close near the end of the month. I do want to take a second to speak just about the weather challenges we've had on our ski trails and our rinks this winter. And we've had some unprecedented closures. It looked like a great start with that Christmas snowstorm, and we were all really excited we might have a traditional skiing winter. But then, of course, it was followed by rain, and we had to close the ski trails for 3 weeks. It's something I've never seen before. But we reopened January 25th. And there's been excellent skiing since then. Heading into this weekend, we should have good skiing as well. And then after that, typically the ski season starts to kind of end as we head towards March break. This has also affected operations on our on the Dorset Ice Palace skating rink, where despite staff efforts where staff have been working overtime, additional hours on weekends, those types of things to get the rink opened. The weather patterns have just continually kind of beat it back, and we haven't had the rink open yet this season because of that. This has affected other municipalities in the area as well, where rinks also haven't been able to be open. A little bit easier of a situation to handle on the Stanhope rink here, so it has remained open. But it hasn't been for a lack of immense effort. We do hope with tomorrow's cold snap, we can get it open for the snowball coming up this weekend. If not, it will be a dance party tomorrow night in the parking lot, and the shinny game would be road hockey instead of ice hockey. But the guys are going to do everything they can tomorrow to try to get it open for the event if the temperatures stay where they need to. Which of course leads me to this weekend after a brief hiatus due to COVID is the Snowball Winter Carnival. It'll be kicking off tomorrow night with that skater dance party, and then an excellent lineup of events for planned for Saturday. This is always a really big undertaking, and I just want to congratulate staff and Sandra, and the collaboration that happens between departments for Trails Division staff, Public Works helping with clearing snow, maintenance staffing with getting signage in place, etc. It's an immense effort. So I congratulate them for that and look forward to an excellent event this weekend.
As do we all. We'll be there en masse. Any questions about Chris's monthly activity report? Councillor Shortreed.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you and Sandra for really working hard, like amazing with all the businesses that she's got participating in the snowball. So they're not just open for business, but they're actually doing silent auctions and pancake breakfast. Everybody's really come together, and kudos to Sandra. Like excellent participation from everybody.
Thank you.
It'll be fun.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed and Richards. Councillor Berry.
I just wanted, in one of on the tower, it says that there will be project consultant for developing a contract services. I just wonder, is that project consultant potentially going to be our new position, or would that be someone else?
So in this case, this is a project that we started last year that's leading into this year, and we're working, we've hired a project consultant, and it wouldn't be this same position, and we're just working through the development of essentially finalizing the conversations of what a tender will look like to get the lightning strike protection system project completed this year. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved that council receives report PRT 223 regarding monthly activities submitted by Chris Card and dated February 16th, 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the correspondence from Peter Brogdon about the Alvin Ferguson Trailhead.
Yes, so letter received from Mr. Brogdon addressed towards council to express some concern around the trailhead signage at the Alvin Ferguson Trail by the landfill where construction is happening. And after I received this letter, I drove over there to see what was happening. And we do have temporary parking in place, which has been planned as part of the construction project, because the existing parking and signage was inside the construction zone. The fencing was moved out. So there's temporary parking in place with signage, and we had to move the trailhead signage to coincide with that temporary parking. Unfortunately, a plow did hit that sign during a snow event, and it did knock it back against the fence, which is what Mr. Brogdon is referring to, in that it was leaning. And as it continued to snow, the snow came onto the sign. So we've since rectified that. I've spoken with Public Works. They've been able to move the snow pile out of the way. Adam spoke to the operators and come up with a plan to move snow in such a way that it's not going to affect people accessing that sign. There are plans at the finalization of the landfill construction project, which will have a parking lot put back in place in almost the exact same area, just slightly closer to the trail start. And there's not any additional cost for this. This will be finishing work as part of the construction project. And speaking with Melissa and Adam, that's not likely to happen until closer to the end of the construction season this year, that would be finalized. So there will be temporary parking in place between now and then. Council will see in budget discussions today when we get to hiking trails that I have proposed a budget for signage replacement there to correlate with that. The sign there, the frame has reached its age as well. So not only will we be able to renew the sign, but renew the frame at the same time and end up with the parking area, the frame, and new signage in place. A request being made of council here is to establish something more similar to what is referred to as the trailhead parking here, which is this parking lot here. And you can see a trailhead access sign just right out the window to there. We're certainly able to put in a similar trailhead sign, but there's not a plan to do any sort of paving or anything like that at the location. It would still just be a dirt parking area. This information we've communicated, the temporary parking information and the construction, we've communicated on our website under the hiking trails portion. But I'd also like to acknowledge what Peter has referenced in his letter. Certainly that the trails wouldn't exist today without a significant effort from volunteers over many years. And certainly that's well known and well recognized and well appreciated. So it's excellent that he's able to remind us of some of those things and point some of those things out. And of course, the land donations for the James Cooper Trail, where that family actually donated land to the municipality in order to have the hiking trail go up to the James Cooper lookout, where there's a beautiful viewpoint that's quite popular just down the road here. And then portions of the trail crossing private property for the Alvin Ferguson Trail. So that's the overview.
I've got to say, when I first saw what had happened there, I was horrified. You know, the parking, the temporary parking where it is right now, because it's right on a curve, it's like, it's quite tight. I can see people being concerned about parking there. And I guess what bothered me, and it's a long-term problem, is that the proximity of the new area to the trail has cut out so many trees that now when you're on the first section of the trail, you're looking at the landfill, as opposed to, you know, a natural environment. It doesn't go in for very long. It's just kind of like recognizing though, and you know, I'm so glad to hear that it's a temporary situation, and you know, parts of it are going to be repaired. You said dirt parking, like would that actually mean gravel or dirt?
It's essentially dirt. Yes, it's same as what was there before. We haven't planned to add gravel.
Okay. Any questions or thoughts about this? Okay, thanks for bringing us up to date, and thank to you, Mr. Brogdon, if you're listening, for giving us this information and just voicing your concerns. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the reports? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives for information correspondence from Peter Brogdon regarding the maintenance of Alvin Ferguson Trailhead.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a while.
That we will.
Next up is our environmental coordinator. First with the activity report. Good morning, Melissa.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Chair. Most of the items in the monthly report there are
are items that we've had conversation about throughout some of our other meetings. The one thing I did just want to make note of, and it's something that's actually not included in the report this month, is we've usually had our monthly vehicle counts. And that had been included in 2022 because we'd had such a change from COVID, pre-COVID, and then into normal operation, or back to sort of normal operations. So I'm not sure if that's a worthwhile piece of data to have there, because there is so much variability in it month to month and year to the year. So I would certainly ask council if you would like to have that carried on. It certainly can be included. If it's not something that's adding value to the report, I would just look at doing an annual summary of that, as we talked about in January. So
Personally, I would like to see a vehicle count to see how things evolve, because the site is evolving, and we can see how that will change during the summer months. And that's just my thoughts, but I look for thoughts from other members of council. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unuseful to have the vehicle count. I think it helps, like, as far as knowing, you know, the amount of traffic that we're seeing there. But I would like to see more on other sort of KPIs that we can measure there, as far as tonnage goes and that kind of thing.
Did you want to respond to that?
Just a maybe clarification, because you wouldn't have had opportunity to see it. Typically, there is an annual report on those sorts of data. It certainly would be challenging to include monthly, because those activities don't always occur on a month-to-month basis, and it would be a fairly substantial task to bring that together. So if annual would be enough, but otherwise, you know, we could certainly look at some other details that could be included there.
But we can do the vehicle counts on a monthly basis.
Yes, that's no problem.
That be sufficient, or go ahead, Councillor Richards.
I would just kind of like to see, I mean, it can be a report done annually, but I would kind of like to see the different seasonal changes as well. Not that you have to provide that every month, but if we could get maybe a bit of a breakdown, if you think.
It's something I can certainly look at some options there.
If you'd like to maybe, think about that for a little while, and how you might provide that information, how it's going to work with, your present system, and maybe bring a report included in your report, at a subsequent meeting, that would be great. We can just dive into it a little bit further. Any other comments or thoughts on the monthly report? Councillor Berry.
It really isn't in regards to the count of vehicles. What I'm curious about, do we get a sense of, I'm pretty sure we do, but I just want confirmation that we get a sense of the amount of waste that we try to divert to the waste management in Bracebridge. Do we get a capture of how successful that is in regards to how well people are recycling? Like, that's something I would be really interested in knowing, is if you're putting dirty things in a blue box and thinking it's just going away, but in fact, it's not actually being properly recycled or efficiently recycled. Is there a way to capture that for education purposes? If I may, it is a bit of a tricky number to look at. As you know, you've had the advantage, you've been to the facility there and seen that. So materials are often aggregated and sorted that way. So we do get what we call a residual from our loads that go there. So that's a look at how much waste comes out of the materials that we send for diversion. So it varies depending on the year and that sort of thing, but that's not a number usually I would include in our annual reporting. I don't actually get that number on a monthly basis from
Waste Connections, but we can certainly look at that. And there has been, we've had conversation about looking at doing some auditing and that sort of thing. And that's certainly something that wasn't included in this year's budget, but we could, discuss further.
Go ahead.
Just further to that, I know, I think it's nice to have a baseline if we're going to be going into our environment committee and having some public education in that. It would be nice to know, where we started. I know we're not sending things there now, but even just to see maybe how our promotion and education can maybe change some of the numbers that we're getting. I don't know, just a way to market basically.
It was extraordinarily interesting to go to that site in Bracebridge and see how it's operated and how much that you think is being recycled is actually not. And, it would be good information for the public. Any other comments on the activity report? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it then? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Berry.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives report EB 523 regarding monthly activities submitted by Melissa Murray dated February 16th, 2023 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the contract extension for recycling and waste hauling.
I apologize. I'm not sure if this is appropriate. I just had a notification somebody sent me. It was included in the monthly report about the food cycler program at the county level. And I know that's something the public is quite interested in. That registration will be starting February 27th.
That's good information.
Like I say, I just had a pop up and I thought I'd share that with you. And that will be through the county website, some more information. So we have updated our town, like the Algonquin Highlands website. Our food cycler page has a link to the county. So
It was interesting to see that become a rather hot topic at the county level, but it's good to see it going forward.
Apologies for the diversion.
That's all right. It's good information.
If I may, sorry, back to the contract extension. So at our previous meeting of council, council had directed to move forward with the negotiations with Waste Connections as far as an extension or renewal or new agreement. We have been in speaking with Waste Connections and had some fairly in-depth negotiations with them as far as looking at costs for the next year. And we have come to some level of agreement on that, and that's what I have proposed here. So continuing the contract to March 31st of 2024.
Okay, I was just going to ask for the clarification on
Sorry,
the 2024.
yes, I just see that date is.
Excuse me, any questions on this report? Councillor Berry.
Because the 2024 isn't in here, we'll just mention that in the resolution. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I think I got a mover and a seconder. I didn't. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution? Councillors Richards and Shortreed, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives report EB 623 regarding recycling and waste hauling and processing contract submitted by Melissa Murray dated February 16th, 2023. And council approves the entering into an extension agreement with Waste Connections Canada for recycling and waste hauling and processing from May 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. And that a bylaw to authorize the signing of an agreement with Waste Connection Canada for extension of the contract be brought forward at the next regular meeting of council.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa.
Mayor, council.
Good morning, Mr. Thorne.
Morning, everyone.
So first up is your monthly report.
Yeah, not much to report for January. It's a pretty busy month with snow removal, ice, rain, all the crazy weather events that we got over the month. It's been pretty interesting winter so far, if that's what we can call it, I suppose. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. There's really nothing that's jumping out at me to bring forward to council, other than it's again, just another busy month for us in Public Works.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the monthly report? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives report PW 523 submitted by Adam Thorne and dated February 16th, 2023 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next is the purchase agreement for a new tandem.
This is just a standard agreement for purchasing the truck that council approved at the last council meeting.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve the agreement? Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council receives the agreement for the purchase of one new tandem from Curry Truck Center and directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the signing of the agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Finally, just as an update on the Dorset Recreation Center.
Yeah, so through your mayor, the Dorset Rec Center, we have received the draft tender. And the CIO and myself will be going through that as soon as possible. And we will be editing it if it's needed, and we'll be sending it back out for to the contractors.
Questions from council? I'm sure that, I mean, you know, that there's a giddy up that everybody really wants this project to go forward as quickly as possible. I think that it's a bit challenging for some people to realize just how complicated this process is. And, you know, we recognize that there's been a long time. This is a long time coming, and we know there's a lot of frustration, but I just want the public to know that we really are doing everything in our power to move this forward as quickly as we can. So all I've really got to say about it, we're doing our best. Are there any other comments or questions about this process? Anything you'd like to add?
No, other than just to add to what Adams has said is that, he and I have talked about it just as late as yesterday, and we have plans tomorrow to go over the tender. So hopefully it'll be next week when it goes to the contractor.
Okay, the only other question that I might have had is because we're looking at hiring a project manager, but I think that there's probably going to have to be some funding included for some kind of consulting engineer to manage the project when it gets underway. And that's something we'll have to consider during deliberations later on in the day. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Looking ahead to the reopening of the DRC, I think it would be great if we start to think about what can we do to celebrate the reopening? And, is there going to be some benefit offered? I don't know if we don't charge for new memberships for a while or something, but I know it's several months away, but I look forward to the conversation where we can start to think about what the grand reopening will be and how we bring that back positively with the community.
Thank you. That would be something for the CAO and Parks Director to think about, but really good idea. And it's something that we need to put some good thought into and maybe think about putting a little money in the budget for that. Thanks. Do we have a motion for that? Just received as information. Thanks, Adam.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Yeah.
Next up is Fire Services. Morning, Chief.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Firstly, in our activity report, I want to just point out, I made one mistake in it. The recommendation for the captain for station 60 in the recommendation, or in the original one, I put it down as station 80, but in the recommendation at the end, it's at station 60, how it should be. I put the wrong station number in there.
Okay.
As far as the activity report, it's pretty straightforward, but I do want to touch on one item. As you're aware, we did have a very, very serious fatal accident in the park that we attended to this past month. Resulted in all three stations being involved. The original response was from Dorset and from Oxton Lake. And because of the location being 30 kilometers in the park, in turn, I had a fire truck from station 80 respond up to station 60 to be at least part way up, ensure that the northern end was covered. It was a long duration for the call. It was over 10 hours. It was a fatal. Our firefighters, the interoperability between station 60 and 70 was unbelievable. It's a very stressful situation. Thankfully, from what the council did last year, approving the new extrication equipment, it was very, very effective. It did play a role on our firefighters, and that role was the gentleman, the fatal had an impact on them, but also the person they hit was a young family. It was a 15-year-old boy and his dad were heading to a hockey tournament. So that brings a lot of memories back. So when it was all done, I did have a debrief on the Tuesday night with both station 60 and 70. And then with consultation direction from the CEO, we brought in the Homewood Health Center to speak to all our firefighters, because mental health is one of the most important things we can do because of cumulative PTSD. And even though they don't recognize that at the scene, it will be cumulative. So along with that, we offered it to Station 80 because we've had some traumatic things over the last year. We had the fatality farther up Highway 35, where a young lady got killed last year. We had an ATV with a fatality, and again this weekend we had snowmobile with a fatality. So 18 people on our department went on the Wednesday night and met with the counselor that came up from Homewood Mental Health, and I think it was really good. I attended twofold to be there for our firefighters, but I had a traumatic incident for myself. I lost a grandchild a couple of years ago, right after birth, and I went through an EAP at my previous employer, but a lot of the stuff they talked about really helped myself in that too. So I think it's very important, something that we'll look at going forward, that maybe every 2 years we bring this counselor in to talk to all our firefighters, because my fear is a cumulative PTSD. It's traumatic, but we made the best of a bad situation.
Thanks for that update. I mean, I think we all recognize how valuable our fire department is to us and their, their health all around. And, I'm really glad that you've taken those steps to make sure that they're all doing okay and handling this all right, because it's been rather an extraordinary year so far. Yeah. Any questions for Chief French? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
An appreciation for getting the new extrication equipment a year back. I think the calls that you've had in the meanwhile have more than justified that expense, and so that was a good move, and I'm glad that we were able to do that for our community. I also want to thank you for considering some long-term support, emotional, psychological support for all of our volunteer firefighters. As you know, I was a humanitarian for 20 years and saw some pretty horrendous things, and can absolutely attest to the value of having a regular checkup and check-in as a group to make sure that those things can be processed in a way that may not be visible on the surface. I think it's extremely important, and so I'm very glad you're bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the monthly activity report? Councilors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, Council receives report FD 323 regarding monthly activities submitted by Michael French and dated February 16th, 2023, and that Council appoints Dylan Nyman as captain for Station 60.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you,
for your
sir.
time.
Next up is our treasurer with a number of reports. First is the tax write-offs.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
It's just your standard tax write-off report for a couple of changes or reduced assessments for properties. So for councils, just for information and approval.
Any questions on the tax write-offs? Can I have a mover and a seconder then to approve that report? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report TT 423 regarding tax write-offs submitted by Karen Mintz and dated February 16th, 2023. And the council hereby approves the noted write-offs under section 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act for taxes in the amount of $802.96.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your account summary. Yes, just again, standard accounts, payroll and so forth. So if there's any questions. Are there any questions on the account summary? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive it? Councillor Richards and short read.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council has reviewed the expenditures incurred as set out in the account summary report TT 523 in the total amount of $756,280.38 and hereby approves payment as same.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the financial indicator review. If you want to just speak to that a little bit.
I can do that. Thank you. So annually, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing reviews what we call our financial information and return that we are required to submit to the province, looking at specific indicators and then reporting back to the municipality. So the indicators, as you can see by the attachment, are taxes receivable, financial assets, reserves and discretionary reserves, total cash and cash equivalents, debt servicing, closing amortization, and annual surplus deficit. And what they do is they take a look at our numbers and establish a percentage and then compare it with the medians and the percentages within the province. So we did have all of our actually ratios are low, with the exception of the asset consumption ratio, which is considered a moderate risk which is in line with the provincial median. So notably, they give you some ideas as to what things the township can do to try and reduce that risk. And at this point, we are doing all of the things we need to do, which is to review our asset management policies and service levels. And back in 2020, we approved an annual transfer of our levy of 1% every year to the infrastructure reserve. And the other items is that we're looking into asset management software, and we continually use our asset management plan to do our organizing and planning for budget. So notably, as I say, the other levels of risk are low and haven't changed since 2017. We only had one that was changed last year in 2020 as a result of those numbers from 2020, which was the taxes receivable, which was during the pandemic. So it was a normal, like it wasn't surprising that the risk went up to moderate. So one thing I note in this is that these indicators provide important information about the municipality's fiscal health, but it's only a snapshot in time. So we keep it in, it's information to consider, but it's not the end of the line type of thing. There's other things that factor in, and things change day to day.
Any questions on the financial indicator? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that report then? Councillors Berry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council accepts report TT 623 as information regarding the Township of Algonquin Highlands financial health for 2021 as reviewed by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, submitted by Jean Hughes, dated February 16th, 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, your report on year-end reserve transfers.
Yes. So in November, I don't provide year end because some projects are still underway. Once all of the final costs are in, that's when I do the final transfers, which is what has happened for 2022. And notably,
with because I only transfer the actual costs that are spent on the capital, we might have budgeted 50,000 and came in at 45. I only transferred the actual cost spent. So at the end of the day, we had an overall increase of about 9% in our reserves for 2022, which I think is a great results. The other thing to keep in mind is that we put in 2.6 million. We did take out 1.8, but we're on the right side of things. We're putting the money in and we're using it properly on the other side. So I think it's a good news again, report for the township staff and council. We're doing the right things.
Well, I was really glad to see the bottom line here. Reserves are a big deal for me. I think it's very important that we're always prepared to deal with unexpected things and things that are, detailed in our asset management plan. And, this puts us we look like we're in a pretty good position. So well done. Questions on this report? You guys are quiet today. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the year-end reserves? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm sure I'll see you in a bit.
You will.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives Treasury Report TT 723, summarizing the year-end balances for all reserve accounts for the Township of Algonquin Highlands, submitted by Jean Hughes and dated February 16th, 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. And we'll put you in the hot seat again soon. All right, under administrative reports or administrative business, first we have a discussion on the compressed work week trial program. I believe that's over to you, Madam CIO.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as Council will recall, Council approved our compressed work week trial program last June. And it was committed that we would report back to Council on those results in February, which we are doing, on whether or not there was a recommendation to continue the program, discontinue it, or continue a trial. So this report is just summarizing what we've done throughout that program and how we gathered the information to bring back to you. We did, as Council may be aware, we did put out a survey to the public to see if it was beneficial to the public, adding the additional 5 hours a week. And we also surveyed staff that participated in the program to see if what challenges they faced, what benefits they saw, and if they actually would recommend continuing with the program. As Council may recall, there were a couple of staff that opted out of the program as well due to personal situations. And so as a result of that, I've included the survey that went to the public and also the survey that went to staff and the results of those. And you'll see that we did have some challenges. We had in the beginning, there were some challenges with staffing to make sure that, if someone was on holidays, we had the proper coverage and that sort of thing. But after those challenges were experienced, that smoothed out very quickly. We did part of the survey. You'll note that staff have overwhelmingly expressed the difference in a couple of things. One was work-life balance and morale. People, all of staff, I have found, everyone that I've talked to, it has been an incredible improvement in their life. So I think that's incredibly important to note. And the survey to the public, we didn't get a lot of responses, but the responses we did get were mostly positive. We did have one or two not so positive ones, but that's okay. And so as Council sees, the report recommends the continuance of the program. So that's before Council for discussion.
There's always one cranky pants in the crowd.
There is.
Thanks for your work on this. And, I think it's interesting. It really does put us, I'm hearing generally from council so far that they're supportive of continuing the program. We might have some questions about, details. But I do think that it puts us in a position to be a preferred employer. We all know how the difficulties we've had encouraging or seeking staff to fill positions, and that's a problem across the county and the province, I'm sure the country. So I think that this will help us in that regard. But I would look for questions or comments from council. Councillor Richards.
I'm really supportive of this. I think it's really good for everyone. I wish I could get the same, but
Me too.
that's the fault of my own life, right? I did notice in the comments there was one about when it falls on a statutory holiday week. And I kind of felt sympathy for the point, because you do feel like you're not really getting the stat holiday anymore with the with having that 4-day work week. But I can also see there's probably a bit of a challenge in handling that. But I'm wondering if it's something that we could think about, or you think about, because I do see that they're kind of losing their stat holidays because of this overall.
If you'd like to respond to that.
Yeah, and it's when you get used to the 4-day work week, it does feel like when there is a stat holiday that you don't actually get it. You still get it. I mean, you're still off that day, and the intent, I mean, certainly we can do whatever council directs. The intent for us, as the way I look at it, is not to add additional days off for us. It's a compressed work week. And when there's a stat holiday, you're still working 35 hours a week. So it just changes to a regular 7-day week. Certainly we can look at something different if council.
I guess with respect to that one point, would that be something that was that an overall concern? Was that like raised by one staff member? Is it is it a big issue amongst the staff?
No, I haven't heard it as a big issue. It was raised by one staff person.
Something that we just need to maybe keep an eye on going forward, because I'm sure that this may evolve over time. Councillor Barry.
One thing I wanted to just seek clarification on was, it's not necessarily mentioned within here, but I understand that some staff are able to work from home. And I just wonder, how does that work in regards to the compressed work week?
If I may.
Yep.
If you'll recall, council left that as something for me to manage on a periodic basis. So, and what we've done with that, and we worked it very well, is if there's a request to work from home, it's considered on an individual basis based on whether or not it's a benefit to the township. So for example, if a staff member has an appointment, for example, and it's going to take them away from the office for an extended period of time and then come back, it's a long period of time away from the office. It's many times beneficial for them to work from home, leave for their appointment and come back. It takes them away from work less time. So that's a benefit to the township. So those cases have worked very well. There are cases where a staff member, we're still going, coming out of COVID, if they're not feeling well, but they feel well enough to work, then they've worked from home. There's been less sick time. And it doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen every week even. But we've managed it very well. And I think staff have been very happy with it.
And I think in the case of as an example, I believe Chris is still working from home.
No.
Oh, he's not. Okay. So, but if there was a choice for someone to work from home, like on a longer period, then you wouldn't be working the compressed work week. It would be one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not both.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'm very much in favor of making this policy permanent. Certainly from my own experience in the last several months, also from what I learned from Roma, in which there was a sort of an overwhelming approval of this working consistently from one municipality to another. I wonder if you would expand on any insights you got from the trial period on flexibility and equity moving ahead. So flexibility, say, for times when there's heaven forbid someone needs to take a sick leave for several months. And what does that mean for the tag team person who thought they were signing up for a 4-day trial a week, but then all of a sudden is being asked to cover the 5th day or however it works. So how does one maintain that sense of give and take and flexibility on a long-term basis? And also any insights on equity for those instances where there are certain individuals who don't work in an obvious team and wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to sign up for that sort of like a contractual setup for themselves. So how does one create equity for those people who can't buy into the program? Any sort of insights you have on that and how you make those things permanent and nubile moving forward?
With respect to flexibility, I'm really proud of how we've managed that. We've had to be flexible the whole way through. We've had situations where we've asked staff to do different shifts, or come in different days, and staff are more than willing to cover those. And it's a give and take because, it will help them as well. And so there's been an ebb and flow of changing things. For example, right now throughout budget, Jeannie's doing 5 days because it helps to eliminate overtime. And it worked better for her to be here for the 5 days. And so, but then she'll go back to her compressed work week. And so we've been really flexible because it benefits the township. And that's been the key the whole way along, is to make sure that whatever we're doing is benefiting the township and the taxpayers. And so it's my anticipation that we would continue to be flexible all the way along. With respect to those that haven't participated in the program, I think as time evolves, if there's opportunity for them to participate, then we would absolutely look at that. It's not if council approves this as a permanent program, yes, there's an opt-in or opt-out, but if you are opting out right now, that doesn't mean that you're opting out for 20 years. It's we'll work with those staff as it comes.
Right.
And that's great to hear. I was thinking in that second piece more about positions where offering a 4-day work week may actually not really work. And I don't even know if that's a scenario here right now, but say there was a position in which there is only one person responsible for a service, and that service had to be provided 5 out of 5 days, guaranteed. It just had to. I don't even have an example. I'm just wondering, what could one do in order, or how does one prevent a sense of not being treated fairly if that were not available? If that makes any sense. Or are there things that could be done to offset that in different ways that you're considering, or is it just not an issue?
It hasn't been raised as an issue, but I mean, I think there's opportunities such as, working from home 1 day a week, or, even, maybe working different hours or different lunch hours, or there's opportunities there, I think. But I think that would be something that, if that was the case, that employee and I would have to, talk about what works for them, what works for the township. Yeah.
The question is Councillor Barry and then Councillor Shortreed.
Just wondered, have you noticed any impact on overtime with the compressed work week?
There's less overtime for sure. For me, I often work on the day that I'm off, but that's okay because I'm at home. And I'm not alone in that. I'm just talking about me. I'm not alone in that, but people are okay with that because that's a choice that they're at home. And if they don't, they don't. But it has definitely reduced. Yeah.
Get to wear your pajamas while you're working. It's for sure.
Actually, my question was answered, but I'm fully supportive. I think it's an awesome initiative, and I think it just adds one more tick mark on being an employer in Algonquin Highlands.
Councillor Berry.
One thing I've observed as a counselor is that sometimes when you call the office, it usually goes through the automated thing and the person you're trying to get in contact with is not there. And with the work-life balance and the policy about, contacting staff after hours or on days off, I think one thing that might be helpful is if council knew, some of those contacts of like who you can and can't contact. Like sometimes if you have just a simple treasurer thing, you can go to the deputy or those things. And I know you've gone above and beyond to make sure some of those things aren't overlapped or don't, but I just wonder, I personally send an email and I expect the person to answer it when they're in office. I don't expect them to answer it on their day off, but I guess just sometimes you don't know how far you can reach before you have stepped over that line.
I'm glad that you raised that point because that's something because I'm at my computer at 11 o'clock at night and you're reading email or you're thinking about something and just want to get that thought down. And I'm quite sure that you've made it clear to people that they're not expected to respond. Except for when there's an absolute state of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is something that we talk about. Staff know that they're obviously expected to respond when they're in the office. If they respond outside of their hours, that's a choice that they make. And sometimes I will respond and it's a choice because then that's one less thing I have to do the next day. But that's not the case with everyone, and everyone knows that. Yeah, everyone's very aware. Yeah.
I've got to say I was a little bit confused by the numbers. When we're talking about people working 8.75 hours a day, and they work from 8 to 8:15, but they leave at 5 o'clock and the 50. I know it's nitpicking, but where does that extra 15 minutes get picked up?
Yeah, and that was in the original report, and that was you'll recall that staff, when they worked previously the 35-hour week, they had an hour lunch. Mm-hmm. So now we have half an hour lunch, and that was the extra 15 minutes that is 5:15 was an exchange for not working the hour and no breaks. So you get your half an hour lunch, and that's in accordance with ESA. But that was what council approved.
I guess the reason I asked for that is it's legislated that they get breaks, 15-minute breaks, and I would expect that they would still be wrong on that.
You're required to give a break every 5 hours. So the lunch is within that 5 hours. So 15-minute breaks are not.
Brutal. The only other question that I had, and I may be mistaken in asking this too, when I looked at table 2 in the new policy, and it talks about team A and TB, it looked to me like, okay, these are the people that are covering for each other. Okay, because I thought, wait a minute, that doesn't work.
Yeah, no, and I know that's a bit confusing, and I apologize for that, but that's the only way we could sort of lay it out. And as we know, not everyone has that dedicated person to cover them. And Sean's sitting in the room, so I'll use him.
Let's pick on
Sean, and he's the only planner we have, obviously. And so when he's off on his regular day, there's no dedicated person on the other side of that. However, we have planned that in a sense that I used to be in a similar role to his, so if there are urgent questions, I can certainly help with that. Dawn used to be in the role, so there are people that can help with that. But in his case, it's no different than when he's on holidays, when we worked our previous hours.
Any other comments or questions about the policy? Councillor Barry.
And just clarification, if this policy is set for moving forward, people will still have the flexibility to be part of it or not part of it.
Absolutely.
Oh, I did have one other question. There was a statement in the new policy about you being able to expand the policy sort of as required. I just wanted you to touch on that so that everybody understands. You spoke about having to make changes kind of on the fly, depending, is that what you're referring to? Or would you be making a decision that, person B is going to be allowed to work from home now?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Again, that was in the original report around, because there was the explanation that it was just the staff working in the office in this building. There was a question around other departments being added in, and that's where we had the discussion around the PRT manager working from home rather than, and that was sort of in exchange for working in the compressed work week. So that, and we had said that as we move forward, there may be opportunity for other departments to enter into the program as we evaluate it. So that's what that's referring to.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the new policy? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards. And thank you. I know there's been a lot of work going into this and a lot of thought, so.
Thank you, Council. Yes, and I just want to say publicly as well that I think Algonquin Highlands should be really proud of this. I feel like we're a leader in this, and staff have worked really, really hard to make it work. And it's been impressive to watch.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report CAO 223 regarding the compressed work week trial program submitted by Angie Bird dated February 16th, 2023. And Council authorizes the implementation of the compressed work week for staff working out of the Municipal Administration Office on a permanent basis beginning on March 1st, 2023. And finally, a bylaw to adopt the permanent compressed work week policy be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next is the benefit renewal.
Yes, so Council will recall this is our annual renewal for our benefits. And Kyle Brewer Financial Services they act as our agent, and we did meet with them. The treasurer and I met with them, and we were able to. And I see there's something missing there. We were able to negotiate a 3.8% increase this year. It was a little higher when we first started. But 3% is reasonable, especially given the year that we're facing in other areas. So, and overall, over the last 10 years, it has been 3.8%. Sorry, this year, my apologies, I misspoke there. It's 2.1%. Overall, the last 10 is 3.8. So I would recommend the approval of that.
Questions, Councillor Barry?
How long is this for? For year to year?
Year to year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Short, Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report CAO 323 regarding Township's annual benefit plan renewal submitted by Angie Bird dated February 16th, 2023. And the Council hereby concurs with the recommendations made in the said report and accepts the renewal from Manulife Financial for the provision of the Township benefit plan for Council members and full-time employees at an annual increase of 2.1%.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, let's go ahead with the, or can we carry on for a couple more items before we have a break? The criminal reference checks. That's over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff is bringing this report forward just to get some direction from council. As our committees are starting for the new term, staff is working together to put together a welcome package and some training materials and information on police checks. Our current policy states that volunteers and committee members will have a police check. It's a requirement. However, it doesn't state how often. So as a report details, staff did reach out to the insurance company to get their feedback if there was any requirements to ensure we're doing our due diligence. Again, they recommended once per term is acceptable, and for anybody working with a vulnerable population such as children or elderly, they would have them yearly. So staff is just looking for clarification on direction. If council wishes for all members once per term or new members only.
Thoughts from council? Councillor Berry.
We haven't had a ton of committee meetings, but for the ones I have, I think there is a pretty strong desire for that not to affect pre-existing members. So I support option 2 for new members. One thing I know just from working in the school system that in regards, because in that regard, it is with vulnerable checks. But one thing we have to do is to do, I don't know if it's an affidavit or just a declaration annually that there's been no change. So that's, I don't know if that was discussed or anything. That's just a thought, food for thought.
Other thoughts? Councillor Shortreed.
I'm option 2 as well. You hear the frustration at meetings or event planning, especially with the older people who find it really frustrating. Their level of understanding isn't there, but they know they've done it over and over. And the frustration to have to do it again and again when they volunteer all the time. This would alleviate a lot of that and maybe hopefully get more volunteers.
The thoughts, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'm in support of option 2 as well. And I think the benefit of living in a small community is that any criminal activity is going to be known and circulated long before the police get wind of it. So I think option 2 is absolutely fine.
Councillor Richards.
I know we're in a small community, but I was kind of leaning more towards option 1 because things can change in 4 years. But I would accept Councillor Berry's suggestion of just doing an affidavit, not even a notarized affidavit, but just a concession that nothing has changed if the same volunteer coming in after 4 years.
Yeah, I like that idea too. I mean, I'm an option 2 person, but I do like the idea of the affidavit. It's pretty easy and, you know, it just kind of alleviates concerns. Hopefully we can trust the results of the affidavits. Can we amend the resolution to require that, or do we need to?
I know I can update the volunteer policy to include the council's direction, and then I'll bring that back just for final adoption.
Okay, so at this point, we're just accepting option 2
And just to point out to council that option 2, it's for volunteers. All of our volunteers would have criminal reference checks, but if there was one that came in at the end that for some reason didn't have one, they would be required to get it, even though they were already on the previous term. But I believe all of them have their checks.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I can't recall the details of the policy sufficiently to remember what would happen if someone did conduct a check or had a check conducted and there were problems. What would our response be?
Go ahead.
Depending on the nature of that, it would be a discussion with the CAO to discuss how we would move forward. Depending on, I don't even know how you determine the severity or if it relates or how it relates to our committees. And then it would obviously be discussed with council and closed.
Any other questions or comments? So could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with option 2? Councillor Berry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives report CO 223 regarding criminal reference checks for the township committee members and volunteers submitted by Don Newhook dated February 16th, 2023, and council directs staff to proceed with option 2 identified in the said report, and the council directs the clerk to amend the volunteer policy to include council's decision.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is several amendments to the procedural bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is just simply to incorporate the direction council had provided that allows their committees now to participate electronically. So that section was updated to include a few provisions, and they match the section where council for voting and zooming in and things like that. There was also a couple other ones that staff is recommending. The notice of motion, we did add that to our agendas. So staff just enhanced the definition of what that was. And also staff is requesting to add the notice of motion, or I'm sorry, report from closed, following close. There's times when council comes out of close and passes a motion, so it'd be nice to have a section where it fits under. Just some housekeeping.
And there was one small amendment to the amendment with respect to signing of resolutions, because the procedural bylaw had said that members of council, as we used to previously, all sign them on in advance, and now it's that's no longer there.
We will amend that staff, yes.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the report on amending the procedural bylaw? Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Shortreed. We're going to make you wait, Sean. Sorry, go ahead.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives report CO 523 amendments to procedural bylaws submitted by Don Newhook dated February 16th, 2023, and council concurs with the proposed amendments, and that in accordance with section 130 of the township's procedural bylaw, notice is hereby provided that amendments to bylaw 2022-04 being a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council will be considered by council at a future regular meeting, and that council directs the proposed bylaw be brought forward to its March 2nd, 2023 regular meeting for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, finally, before we go to break, appointments to the ad hoc green burial committee. Do I have a mover and a seconder to make those appointments? Councillor Shortreed. Councillor Berry. This is just a formality to appoint the names that were brought forward by the committee.
By Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved, council appoints the following members to the Green Burial Advisory Committee: Jennifer Rieger, Shirley Moore, Terry Moore, Public Works Manager Adam Thorne, Councillor Berry, and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we will break till 10:45.
Into a private road sign along Highway 118. It's advertising Chelsea Lane, which is a private road. This particular road crosses over a private property, which a legal right-of-way exists over. The property owner whose property the right-of-way crosses has experienced some issues with trespassing. But these matters are civil in nature because it is a private road. The issue seems to pertain to the sign that is along Highway 118, and in discussions with the Ministry of Transportation, that sign was erected after a request from the township in 2004. That permit is now expired. It was never renewed. So staff are seeking direction on the status of that sign essentially and wondering or looking for council direction on whether council wants to renew that sign or not. Staff would recommend not renewing because it is a private road sign, which the township is not typically involved with. So yes, just seeking further direction on that.
Just to add to Sean's report, I've had several calls from the owners of the property. If you looked at the property, you would see that the road is like it's their driveway and it goes right up against their house. It's really not a good situation and it's caused a lot of conflict.
And
ahead,
sorry,
Sean.
just a point of clarification. So the right of way does legally exist, so people will still be able to cross that road, even though it is their driveway. It is a legal right of way. So whoever legally enjoys right of way over that property, the decision here today will in no way impact that.
And she's fully aware of that. Actually, as it turns out, the people have the legal right to use that right away. Rarely use it, and it's more often public. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Angie.
I just have one question, Sean, and I apologize, I didn't ask this when we chatted about it before, but given that this was in 2004, it just came to mind that that was when 911 was implemented. So, and I recognize it's a private road, but do we know if that had anything to do with why it was anything, the MTO say anything about that?
No, unfortunately, their information was very limited. I did include it in my report there. It's very, very limited. So no, I'm not sure why it was originally requested, but that could very well be the case.
So there is another sign that says Chelsea Lane on the other section of Chelsea Lane that's further.
The sign further down advertised, I believe it's Fader, which then connects to Chelsea.
And there's a sign there that says Chelsea Lane is correct. So, question?
I'm just familiar with the similar circumstances in Ward 3 where there seems to be a sign that's put up by the folks who have jurisdiction over those private roads with the PVT sign at the bottom, just to show it is a private lane, please stay off. And it seems to work. But I fully concur that this isn't something we should be continuing with.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to concur with John's recommendation? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 1423 regarding Highway 118 Chelsea Lane sign submitted by Sean O'Callaghan dated February 16th, 2023. And further, council directs staff to advise the Ministry of Transportation that the township does not intend to renew the application for the private road sign along Highway 118.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Next are the external board meetings. Anything on the Dorset partnership? Any news on when they might meet?
Nothing on the partnership and nothing on the hub.
No news on when they might meet either.
The hub should be soon, but I don't have an exact date yet.
Okay. Anything on Upper Trent Water Management Partnership?
The Upper Trent, I got notice that the first meeting is scheduled for the end of April. Which
Well, we look forward to hearing. that
I'm
report.
excited to get there. I can tell you, looking at that water every day. And then the Muskoka Watershed has another meeting tomorrow.
Okay. We'll look forward to hearing all about that at our next meeting. There seems to be a tiny issue about the Community Policing Committee. Actually, the detachment commander hasn't been notified yet about the members who have been appointed from each of the committees. So there's a little bit of delay there, and you'll see that there is a rather odd resolution coming out of Minden Hills with respect to this. Councillor Barry.
Just going to ask, I meant to ask before the meeting and I completely forgot in regards to item E and the request for from Minden Hill out.
Well, there seemed to be a little bit of wires crossed there. I'm not quite sure what's happened because the resolution is suggesting that the OPP should be taking action when in fact it's the other way around. It's the municipalities are required to notify him when the appointments have been made so he can call a meeting, knows who to call a meeting with. As to the resolution about changing the name of committee, there has been some vocal opposition to that by previous members of the CPAC committee. And to me, that's the sort of thing that would be handled by the committee once it's in place. So that's it for that. And there has been no meetings of the Community Safety and Wellbeing committee yet, which is something that I'm kind of following up on because I, kind of thought that maybe by now we would have seen some action there. I'll keep you posted. There have been some discussions or meetings taking place between myself and members from Oxtongue Lake about the tower location in Oxtongue Lake. And there's been quite a bit of back and forth and information that's been exchanged, and that's an ongoing issue. So I don't know really where that's going to land yet. I'm hoping that, in accordance with the desires of the folks there, that there are some alternate opportunities, but that may not be the case. We'll hear more about that as time goes on. Anything that you'd like to bring to us from the library board? If you've met and
Yes, we have met, but it's been a lot of housekeeping, nothing particular of note to share.
the one thing that I would kind of maybe hope that you might take back to them, there was a discussion during the last term of council when we were looking at reopening the Stanhope Library, that because there had been a shuffle in programs going on, that there be a little bit more attention spent to Stanhope as far as programming to kind of boost the programming a little bit, and that there should be maybe some additional effort put into that. And now that we're back up and running, it'd be nice to see, a little bit of extra consideration for Stanhope.
I'd be pleased to.
Anything on the Muskoka Watershed Communications Committee?
Yeah, yes, until this point in the year, conditions have been average, precipitation levels have been average, and it is too early still to predict the freshet and if there will be problems or not. But as soon as he updates us on that, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thank you. Any meetings of the Climate Action Plan Advisory Committee? Okay, thank you. Are there any notices of motion? Hearing none. Was there anything brought forward with respect to the correspondence?
No.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence listing? Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that council receives the February 16th, 2023 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? It's carried. So we are back to budget deliberations. So if we could just have a minute or two to get ourselves set up for that. And I look to the treasurer and CEO to keep us on track because I can't for the life of me remember which tab we left off at and which ones we missed. The Dorset Tower. And thanks for taking the time to check our binders. Okay, everybody ready to go? Over to you, Chris, on the Dorset Tower.
Thank you. So, some of the regular expenses in the Dorset Tower, which include OPP, for fall colors, event management, staffing, things associated with fall color traffic management. In conjunction with the Public Works, you'll see contributions from reserves to support the upper roadway resurfacing. And then on top of that, the lightning strike protection system, supplying hydro to the upper gatehouse. Doing a deck replacement on the gift shop and our live camera replacement as per IT recommendations, which is the web camera on top of the tower available live on our website. Outside of that, some expenses under supplies and materials to facilitate the installation of an information sign. Some merchandise racks at the gift shop, and some materials to support traffic management in the fall colors. So traffic cones and stanchions for pedestrian lineups at the base of the tower.
Could you break out the cost of the lightning strike protection system?
Yes. Just bear with me. It's a little bit complex. So the lightning strike protection system would be so be $80,000, which includes the consulting services. So consulting services and installation and construction, and those consulting services will also include recommendations, which will allow us to develop budgets for future project phases on the tower.
So you said a total of 80,000.
Yes.
I'm just wondering about that overall capital expenditure cost of 140.
Okay, sorry, the protection system 80,000, the remainder is the consulting fees. 60,000 in consulting.
Holy smokes. That seems high, but just my thought. The only other question I had at this point in time was we had a discussion at some point a few months ago about whether in fact we were going to continue to need the OPP paid duty, or was it the contracted services that were over and above that?
Something that was brought up during projects and priorities by Deputy Mayor Dayu was around the management staffing for traffic in Oxtongue, which would be reflected in bylaw budget with Greg. There wasn't discussion about changing anything related to the tower that I recall.
Okay, thoughts or questions from council? Councillor Berry?
Sorry, just in regards to the $60,000 consulting fee, does that have to be contracted out, or is there a potential, this kind of goes with my question from this morning, is there any possibility that that could be done internally with project manager?
We're actually in the midst at this moment in time of working through the discussions with the consultant and getting final costing, which would include the tender development, design drawings, working through the tender process, overseeing the construction phase, et cetera. There hasn't been discussion about that being taken on by that position.
And how does the future, like, I understand now there's more to it than just a consultant that figured out, because there's all of those steps that are taking place, but how much of that is for future project phases? I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can kind of tighten that up a little bit.
So in the last, well, in a couple tower inspections, and there was some costing that we looked at as a grant opportunity that supported some of the costs that was denied associated with the tower. But the next steps for things needing done on the tower are a cantilevered additional support, which is being recommended under the upper stairway that goes on the outside of the tower to the top pergola, added as a redundancy to the existing structure for weight bearing. Wiring of the tower. So right now there is hydro on the tower, but some of it's not up to date, some of it's not working. That whole system needs reviewed and updated and repaired. Those are all captured within those existing consulting fees. So what I want to do, and what I had them give me costing on now that we're going through at this moment, is to put those designs together, which would then be able to allow us to either tender them now and get costing on those tender costs, and get costing through that tender for an implementation next year, or get those design costs, depending on how those discussions play out, and get just costing at this time and add the tender amounts at a later time. But we don't have the final numbers on that right now.
Go ahead, Angie.
And I just wanted to add that that project is part of what's coming from reserves. So even if we reduced it, it's not going to have an effect on the bottom line. So, and if the project manager position did take over that project, then we just wouldn't bring that from reserve.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Chris, would you kindly walk me through the promotional merchandise plan? I see in expenditures, we're projecting a $16,000 increase over last year. But in terms of revenues, we're only projecting about a $6,000 to $7,000 increase. So I'm not sure how to make those numbers fit.
So this is something we discussed quite a bit and went back and forth on at the table with the treasurer and the CAO and myself, and looking at ways that we could anticipate those revenues. And this is a little bit on the conservative side as to overall revenue possibilities, but it's related to what we saw in the past year. We hope and anticipate that it would be much higher if we sell all of the merchandise that we hope to sell and have been able to sell in the past year. It would be higher than that, but we can't know for certain with this big of a jump this year. So we went with a conservative estimate with a little bit on top. We did have some merchandise left over from last year, which would be added to this year's amount, and we'll probably have some left over at the end of this year as well. So where that ends up is how we budgeted this number.
So what is the rationale for increasing our budget so much? Is this just getting back to a normal phase since COVID, or because it does seem like it's an awful lot of merch if we're not sure that we're going to be able to sell it?
So last year we did end up with heading into the busy fall color season. We had almost no merchandise left. So if you look to your next page where the actual year-to-date expenditures were, where we budgeted 11,330, we spent 21,071 in order to get us to the point of being able to have merchandise to sell as we went into that busy fall color season. That's what ended us with the total in revenues there. So what we're proposing for expenses this year is more in line with what we actually spent last year and where we ended up with revenue. Again, knowing that we did have some left over from previous, because when COVID happened and the tower closed, we did make a small expense on merchandise then, which was sold this year. But our overall expenses last year were in line with what we're proposing for expenses this year, a slight increase.
And it's kind of, I mean, over time, it's cost recovery. So
Mhm.
I wonder, is there any kind of thought given or study done on like what's the latest rage for merchandise? Like, do we think about, do we always order the same type of merchandise, or we look at what's trending now for merchandise kind of across the country? Because there's got to be that information out there somewhere.
So our tower coordinator we're very fortunate in that she has a background in sales in a much larger setting than actually the Eaton Center, where she spent most of her career. So she always has her thumb on that type of stuff, and she's very artistic. And annually, she works in some instances, she's designing some of the artwork herself and then working with printers for things like shirts and those types of things. She works with local artisans to bring in different options from local painters, photographers, local suppliers nearby for any clothing. Each year, over several years, she's come up with a new tower image on the shirts themselves. There's been a couple of times I've been able to include them into some of the monthly reports, but in discussions when we're coming into budget time, she would love to be able to say, you know, I have $100,000 to be able to spend on merchandise, and she's pretty sure she could find a way to make $100,000 on top of that off of it. But being realistic and working within what we've seen in the past is what our aim is. But I invite everyone to come by sometime. Annually, there's a whole new lineup of things, and they're all very wonderful, and they're all very well received. And we often don't have enough in stock by mid-season.
Councilor Richards.
I had a question. It's really not going to have any impact on this budget, but I was wondering if there was any desire to maybe speak with the rest of our business community on the merchandise that could collectively pool to get better purchasing power for everyone. Because a lot of the merchandise is so similar. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, I mean, there's definitely an emphasis to do co-purchasing. You know, although I suspect that some of it is geared specifically to our tower. And it's, you know, in its unique situation, but I mean, it's not for me to answer that question, really. Any thoughts?
It's not something that we do. You are correct in that much of it is very tower specific. We do get discounted rates on volume orders. That's why if we're able to do something like do an annual order with a sum of money at the start of the year, we can benefit from a higher volume rate than if we have to buy more mid-season heading into the fall colors. Every supplier has, in general, a different volume rate discount point where, you know, when you're talking about something like shirts, as an example, you may get one rate if you order 200 shirts, and then the next jump up is 500, and then the next jump up is 1,000 and 5,000, et cetera. And it'll, you know, you get like a 5% or a 10% discount in each category. Whether or not there's opportunity to do that with somebody selling a similar thing locally, I don't know. It's not something that we've explored.
Well, and I could see that there might be a challenge there because there is an emphasis on trying to use local supplied artwork. And I mean, that wouldn't necessarily work because a lot of it's not, there's not a lot of volume. Councillor Barry.
There's some overlap or collaboration between the merchandise for here and for the Trails office?
There is some, but again, a lot of it is specific to Like it'll say, I climbed the Dorset Tower. And actually this year, just to kind of funny aside, we're looking at, a lot of people said, you guys should get a shirt that says, I climbed half of the Dorset Tower. Or
I could wear that.
I almost climbed the Dorset Tower. So we're gonna actually look into that option, because you'd be surprised how many people come in and say, I'd want to see that shirt. But in the trails office, we're selling things like lake name specific shirts and camping type related items and paddles and tent repair kits and those types of things. A few gift items, but also things that people generally realize they forgot once they get there and they're heading out on a canoe trip. There have been times that at the end of the season, we'll shuffle some of that up to the tower heading into fall colors to sell some of it, and vice versa. I certainly look at it as an opportunity where, if it's possible, I do both at the same time, but generally they're not the exact same. No.
Any other tower questions? Okay, we'll move on to walking trails.
So you'll see a carry forward amount for our property survey on the James Cooper Trail. That survey was actually completed last year and was budgeted as an expense last year. But based on the timing that Bishop Surveying completed it, we haven't yet received the invoice for it, and it's still forthcoming. So we're carrying forward that amount. And that's, of course, to look at how the Cooper Cliff relates to our property boundaries for consideration of recreational climbing that's happening there. Outside of that, proposing a purchase of some directional marker signage. These are our blue diamond markers on all of our trails, which give direction on trail. Some post replacements at various intersections throughout our trail systems. These are 4x4 wooden posts that support a kind of "you are here" type trail map with indicating directions on the trail. So some of them have just reached the end of their life. And then this is where you'll see the new access signage for the Alvin Ferguson Trail that we were talking about earlier after the completion of the Maple Lake landfill, where there's $1,000 budgeted for that.
Just a question to the treasurer: if this is work that was done last year and is an invoice that we haven't received, would that not go into last year's financials?
We have a
As
cutoff
an
for the accruals of last year's financials, and because this invoice hasn't arrived, it's taken so much longer. So, I mean, we could do an accrual, but it was coming from reserves anyways, so, or it's coming from reserves, so the expense is offset.
Okay. Questions, walking trail questions? Okay. So the next tab is culture and heritage. I'm sure that that's not yours.
No.
Looks like the next up for you is docks and landings. Pardon me? It's a sneaky tab.
It's a new.
Okay, rec committee. Any questions or comments about the rec committee and the amount of money that's been set aside for that committee? It's a this kind of tab.
Was it added? I don't have it.
I think we actually, did we talk about this yesterday? Got it? Okay, questions on the new recreation committee? Counselor Berry.
I just, further to Councillor Richards, talking about possibly doing a survey. How does that work in regards to say communications is doing that? Does that get invoiced back to the committee? Or is that just done in-house? I'm thinking similarly to Public Works and how they invoice. I just wonder if that's something I can see the committee wanting to do, but because it's being able to be done in-house. Just wonder how that works financially.
If we did a survey, it would be through our communications channels, the website and stuff that is in-house. So there wouldn't be a cost back to the committee for those surveys. That's how we've done it in the past. They've just been part of the.
So I think we agreed that that might be something that the recreation committee might want to talk about. And I think it's a great idea that we look and see what people are looking for. Any other thoughts? Okay. On to docks and landings.
So we'll be finalizing the Skin Lake Landing project, which was started last year. And I'd like to complete property surveys at Fletcher Lake and Russell Landing, planning those as the next planned projects in our landings. Russell Landing being next, which along with that survey, I'm going to go through this year, the public review process that we developed last year with our questionnaire, et cetera, work with a consultant to do design and costing to get us moving towards being able to have a tender in place for next year for Russell Landing, and then having the survey to anticipate that Fletcher Lake would be the next one after that, likely the year after.
Comments, questions? Councillor Shortreed.
I just have a concern that the contributions to the reserves aren't going to be enough. I know Russell Landing is a big landing, and Fletcher Lake, I've been there lots of times and just can't picture in my mind the extent of it, but I just can't see what we're putting in every year. We're not going to have anywhere enough, or we're still going to be behind when we get to Russell Landing.
Just let Chris respond to that.
Sure, and that's
Sure
where
that's the
it's, so Russ, you are correct in that relative to some of our other landings, Russell is quite large in that it has a retaining wall. We have already done work to replace the docks, but the main issue there right now is the entire retaining wall that goes from the marina there, from the parking over to the docking system. It's very difficult to say what the cost will be, and that's part of why going through this process this year would let us know that, and then have those discussions as we build budget into next year.
I just see going forward, we've got docks and landings year after year after year, and we know from past history that it can be very expensive. I just don't think we're putting enough. We have so many docks and landings, we just aren't putting enough money into the future of docks and landings. Just my opinion.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
It's always been my dream that when we get the airport development plan figured out, sorted out, and completed, then that 197,000 that goes into airport development now will no longer have to go into airport development, and that docks and landings would be one of the primary contenders for where that money might be diverted to next. That was my thinking, because I fully agree.
I respectfully disagree fully, but I do think that we need to do something about establishing, reserves, or, for docks and landings, that we're looking at a long road ahead for not only for docks and landings, but we also need to consider the parking issues that we've got going forward and what, the survey costs and land acquisition. And, there's an awful lot attached to that too. And I wasn't going to talk about that particularly here, but those are things that we need to definitely consider going forward. Councillor Barry.
Good segue. That was my question. In regards to parking, is that where this would live? If we were to be talking about.
Well, it's part of the overall parking discussion, yes, but I don't think, at this point, we're just talking about planning for these next two sites. But, it's going to become a much bigger, that's one of the discussions that we've got on the list of things we need to have a, sort of an overall discussion about how we're going to move forward and how that would be, what we need to do to fund it. Because there's a lot of money attached to it. You got any thoughts, Chris? Do you want to bring forward?
So this has been something that council's discussed each year, and we have put additional contributions each year into reserves. And there have been times that some surplus operating has been put into reserves for docks and landings with those things in mind. But this contribution in reserve is sticking in line with what was done previously, understanding that those costs are coming up and a lot of them are unknown. It'd be up to council if we wanted to consider adding more.
Angie.
I'm just thinking, obviously this year we have the Dorset Rec Center project, and we are using some of our shoreline road allowance closing funds for that. But I'm wondering if on a go forward, council could earmark those funds to docks and landings each year.
So I think that, there's a bigger picture discussion that needs to take place with respect to, here, I'm not sure this is the time to be, socking extra money into this. We do need to talk about how we're going to move forward. But at this point in time, we're already, gone beyond the original estimates that were given to us, and we're going to have a discussion about how we're going to deal with that. Never mind adding, substantial amounts that we're talking about here and how we might look for funding there. But specific to this, Councillor Barry.
Is it worth discussing some of that as a parking lot issue? In regards to reserve?
I would say no, because there's been a number of discussions taking place about what discussions do we need, what big picture discussions do we need to have going forward? Starting with, there's a list. I've talked to many of you about the list, and it starts with housing and crown land issues and parking, and parking across the entire municipality for different purposes and how we're going to approach those. And I think that those are, that's just the top three. And there are other issues associated with that. And I think that they, to try and fit it piecemeal into the budget discussion at this point in time I think it's too early to try and land somewhere that is an informed decision on how we're going to go forward. That, some of these things, I had a note here about parking that, maybe we should be putting some money into the budget for surveying.
Mm-hmm.
Our discussions don't cost anything, but, are we going to need a consultant? I hate to say that, but, we definitely know that we may want to do some survey work. And where's that going to come from? Councillor Dayu, then Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Richards.
I do concur that we do have a master list that we need to wrap our heads around. But I also concur that parking, I think, should be pulled out, put into our parking lot for this budget, because I do believe there is an urgency there that has to do with the daily reality of our taxpayers in a way that housing is incredibly important, but it's a projected thing rather than an immediate need. So I do concur that we do discuss that as part of our parking lot.
You've got parking written on my end of budget discussions. But I still think we need to have those larger discussions. And when I said housing and parking, like, I didn't necessarily mean that was in order of importance or budgeting. It was just, those are a couple of big ticket items. Councillor Richards.
Parking aside, I don't think we're putting enough into reserves on docks and landings. And I think we need to increase.
Yes, Madam Treasurer.
I just wonder if, I mean, it has been spoken about previously yesterday. And I know it's, we've always had this money going to the airport reserve. I just wonder if maybe what council can, in that conversation, a portion of that money can be split, maybe some to reserve for the airport development to continue, because we are looking forward to 2024 and some changes with it, and a portion going to parking under the infrastructure reserve, and a portion going to docks and landings. Take that 197,000 and reallocate it over several reserves for this year, so that it's in the budget, it's still part of the levy, and it's still being allocated accordingly. Because like for the airport, for instance, once we get the development plan in place, then we'll know better for future years where we're truly headed. But we're not putting money in there. We're still putting money in there as well as the other two. So 100,000 to the airport, and 47 to the parking, and 50,000 to the docks and landings, something like that. It's in your parking lot to discuss. So it's just what I was thinking council could consider.
I'm just thinking about the fact that that's part of the regular levy that the airport, and when you hear what Adam said yesterday about the cost to put three-phase power in, never mind roads, or like, we don't know yet what we're going to do. And you've heard me say it for 13 years, that I don't like to tamper with that until we really and truly know where we're going and can land somewhere. I wish we had done the airport study last year, quite honestly, so that we'd be a little bit further ahead with this. But, circumstances didn't allow us to do that. So I just want to remind everyone that we already have, and I thought about this a lot last night, and I know I've stood quite strong on the whole airport amount of money. I was willing to, compromise on that amount of money this year, because we've already got $60,000 that we've talked about for bylaw. And bylaw is really a big issue, and it's becoming a much greater issue. So, we need to be careful about how we think about this. Anyway, we're not quite there yet. Like, just let's all simmer with these thoughts in mind. I think we landed yesterday with an additional $75,000 or thereabouts that we were looking at adding to the budget. So, how are we going to do that? Never mind. I don't know how much we're talking about here for setting aside. And I don't disagree that we need to put money aside for things like parking and surveying and, a number of different things. Is that going to come out of reserves? Is it going to be added to our levy? Are you willing to add it to our levy because it's needed at this point in time? This is a tough year. Councillor Berry.
Just in regards, and I'm sure we can talk about this later, but has there ever been any discussion in regards to, I know we've talked about when we do the looking at actual parking lots in regards to pay to use, there's a I don't know, a machine that you can use, something like that. Is there ever that sort of consideration with docking?
I don't know.
Like
I get, the pay to use parking, I get that part. Still need to invest the money in the first place before you recover it, but pay to use the docks, I'd like to see us control that.
There hasn't been any consideration or discussion about that. For the most part, anything we're planning in relation to our asset management plan is costed based on essentially replacing like for like.
Just thinking of some sort of way to have revenue, because the annual expenditures are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's no revenue stream at all.
Well, there is some, but it's not, it doesn't equal the expenditures and, you know, but if you can imagine the number, I mean, we've got 27 docks and landings. How you're going to control parking. Monitor it. We're already having, I mean, we're not issuing parking tickets, never mind. You know, it's got some distance to go before I think we can do that. I really think that might be a very, very difficult challenge for us to get into. There's got to be other areas that we can look at, but that's a tough one. I'm just looking for any other thoughts on Councillor Berry's idea. I think there's a reason why you've not thought about that.
Well, and if I may, when we're thinking about parking areas at the landings, part of that consideration is in getting the surveys, because having inherited the landings from the province and not having developed them, we don't always know where the property boundaries are within them. So in places where parking exists, we're not sure at this moment how that parking is in place relative to our property lines, whether or not there's even possibilities to expand. Perhaps the parking areas aren't on our property to begin with, and then that needs to become another consideration on how we might want to address that if we're looking at adding parking in those locations. Once you start thinking about that, it's probably in relation to Crown land or adjacent private property, more likely Crown land, in which point what we've learned and in discussions with Raven Lake Landing and other things that have come up with Crown land management this year, you're into land use permit applications as one possibility. That would all play into any thought around adding parking. From my perspective, as I'm looking at these landings, I'm looking at the infrastructure associated with them being the retaining walls, the docks, the boat launch itself. Any signage around those locations. When we get the survey, we're seeing how the parking relates to that property, but we haven't put any costs together for long-term thoughts around any sort of expansion of parking or any other management model in any of those areas.
Councillor Berry, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I guess my thought was, and you know, it could be just out to lunch, but my thought is something even not as much as a fee, but as an opportunity for donation. I don't know. I think when part of the municipality is water access, part of the municipality has no access to water. Like I think we can all use the facilities. But I think, you know, maybe only 10% of the use is a donation, but it's 10% that maybe we didn't consider would even happen. I don't know.
It's over to Deputy Mayor Dayu and then back to you, Councillor Richards.
We're sort of creeping into the parking lot conversation of parking, but
We are.
would you like me to hold my thought for that time?
Well, you know what, I obviously we've got some bigger issues that we need to, I think I'd like us to get through the basic budget
Yeah.
first, see where because we're not done yet. You know, I've got parking and reserves for docks and landings added to items that we need to talk about when we're through the basic budget. So yeah, I think I'd like to wait till we get into the really, you know, blue sky thinking part and how much that costs. I mean, we've got to remember this has been a bad year for everybody. People are hurting. The economy is, you know, is in the tank. People are having to pay more money for everything. And we've got to try and keep this budget to a dull roar while moving forward with, you know, the things that we are on track with now. So anyway, any further comments specific to this page, knowing that we may come back and talk about it some more. Did you have anything that you wanted to say? I thought I felt some energy there next. Okay. I think that maybe finishes your part of the budget.
Yep.
Well, thank you. When we get back into this, like, I mean, I'd like you to be here and, you know, be able to respond if you can, you know, to any of the discussions that we have, you know, when we land at the end of this actual budget binder. Right.
Absolutely.
So do we go back to Adam or on to planning? back to Adam. Oh, yeah, that's right. We agreed that we were gonna do. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Just while we do this shift, can I just ask the group and the treasurer? Did we take money out of the bylaw budget for the People Ready contract for Oxtongue Lake? Because indeed, that was something we'd spoken about before, and you and I spoke about it. Now I can't remember if we've actually had that conversation. No. I think there is scope there for a slight reduction. Maybe for
What did you call it? People ready?
the People Ready contract for Oxtongue Lake.
Okay. Okay, where do we start back? Pardon me?
$37.
Anything you got to say about the Dorset Museum?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. But as far as the Dorset Museum goes, yeah, like I mentioned yesterday in the highlights is that we will be replacing the we would like to replace the flat roof that's on the original building. And then we would like to go through and replace the soffit and fascia throughout. That's covering up the new addition portion and the old portion of the building, just so it's all one color and the same material. Other than that, on the Dorset Museum, there's we're looking at refreshing the parking area, the roundabout parking area at the front, and then cleaning up the walkway that's there, and then just general cleanup around the yard.
You have a comment, Madam Treasurer?
I just wanted to just let council know that the loan that we had given to the committee for the addition is now paid off as of the end of 2022. And also note that the revenues that are indicated within the 2023 budget, which are usually donations to the museum, the revenues reflected in this budget are the amounts to offset the roof project. Portion coming from reserves and the other portion budgeted as revenues coming to offset to clear that $100,000 cost. Their donations do often exceed that, and those monies would go back into the reserve for future projects and so forth. So just to be aware, we've only budgeted enough to cover the roof at this point because we don't know what their donations will be.
Okay, yeah, I found that, I think they've submitted this sheet themselves. I found that.
I did. I gave you that.
Okay, I just found it a little confusing because it's so different from, all the other.
That was the summary that we had, the sheet we had for the loan to initialize. So it was just really this loan payment portion that I wanted council to be aware that it's been paid.
So questions here. When you see 103% increase, it looks big until you look at the amount of money that's involved in this. All right, then that's it for the Dorset Museum. What's next? Stanhope Museum.
So through you, Mayor, the Stanhope Museum, the committee was proposing a garden fence replacement, which the maintenance department will be helping them out with. Then there's the window display boxes features, and then the interior painting of the building, and then some incidentals. Really not is a bit of an increase, but it's just to clean the building up and the property.
The one thing that came to mind about the Stanhope Museum and a little dream that I've had for a long time is the idea. I'm glad to see that they're expanding the garden area. But I've often wondered about the benefit of a community garden. It just seems like we've got a lot of field space back here. And what the thoughts were from both staff and council on the idea of a community garden. It could be, partly a pollinator garden or, just, and who might look after that? If that's a, recreation, committee thing, if it's culture, if it's, museums already got their own specific garden plans using, they're all heritage plants and things like that. Any thoughts there? Councillor Richards?
I really love and support that idea. I truly believe in community gardens. I'm wondering if that should live with the Stanhope Museum Committee themselves, since they already have part of a garden and it's further expansion. I think they would want to be very much involved in.
I'm not sure they would. There's been challenges that they've had with the existing garden and making, getting the appropriate care for it. And the fact that it's all heritage plants. I was thinking of something bigger that, members of the community are involved in. We could ask them if they want to consider it, if they have any ideas about it. But, I sort of see that as being a volunteer community project, not necessarily something that, it would have to cost us money. But I would also like to hear thoughts from staff about, the use of a section of the field and what challenges you might see there.
And I would defer that portion of it to Adam for sure. The first thing that comes to my mind, and maybe we could take this away and give it some more thought, but security for one, when we're not around. But the other thing that comes to my mind is if council is interested in this, and staff were tasked with it, we would definitely have to hire someone.
Oh, I know. I
There's
wasn't
no
thinking.
capacity.
I wasn't thinking about staff having to. There might be some initial costs in a piece of equipment doing a little bit of work, but it was more of a community involvement thing. When you speak to security, we've got people walking dogs back here, and we've got snow machines going through, and that doesn't really seem to have been an issue. I would think that anybody that's involved in a community garden might be the more responsible type of people, but that's subjective. Thoughts from you, Adam? Anything
Yeah,
that you
so
can
through you, Mayor, my biggest concern would be the field, because we do hold events in the field. So it would make more sense that we would need to look at the property as a whole as to where the best location would be for the garden. Can it be on a slope? Can it be, it just would have to be looked into a little bit further as to the size, what would be planted in there, and how it all works with the way the sun comes across and the trees that are in the current area. So it's not impossible by any means, but I think it would just take more conversation than a quick yes, we can do it, or look into exactly what it is that potentially council is looking for, and then assess the area and where it can fit best. Because I would hate to limit. I know Heritage Day hasn't gone over in a little while, but
they are planning it for this.
Yep.
I'm going to try.
Yeah, for sure. And we've grown in the last little while with the parking area here at the office too, which has changed a bit of the layout for Heritage Day. So I would want to see what that looks like before committing. I would respectfully say that before committing to anything like a garden, just to see what that footprint of the Heritage Day looks like now, and then take a look at what's being brought in for a garden. That would be my suggestion.
I suspect that the footprint of Heritage Day will be smaller, but I don't know that for sure. I was kind of thinking about, over in the far corner, but I hadn't really thought about the impact of, sun, trees, all those things. If you could give it some thought, with just when you, in your spare time, Councillor Berry.
I'm a huge advocate of gardens, but in this instance, I know I wasn't on the museum committee for the last term, but I was on the museum committee before that. And the committee itself was having challenges keeping up with their own heritage garden. And we had to contract and partner up with Abbey Gardens to do some work. And one of the big considerations was water, access to water and watering the gardens. And what starts out as a great project, if it's not kept up with weeding and watering, then the project kind of fails. And then I think you also have the logistics too of just the harvest and how that works with the community. I think you almost need someone that's tried through these projects and can champion it, opposed to a great idea that we direct.
I just wonder where the best place for a discussion about it would live. With the museum committee, with the rec committee, cultural committee. You know, should there be discussions with the, you know, there's a horticultural group. Adam?
If I may, then I would like to suggest then if you're thinking of a garden, does it have to be at the museum? If you're not thinking of the museum committee being the steer of that, which would make sense if it has anything to do with the museum. But I think if you're just in general wanting to put some kind of community garden in, then maybe that would be best fit to another committee that could look at the municipality as a whole and say, we have property at the airport that's full sun that would work, or we have property at the soccer, not the soccer fields, obviously, but over in that area. I think it would make more sense to send that to a different committee that would be able to look at it as a whole.
Oh, God, I just had a light bulb go off in my head.
I'm glad I could help with that.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's all kind of simmer with that idea. You know, I somehow was focused here. But yeah, I mean, it's something that the definitely could go at the airport. Actually, what I was thinking about is that the piece of land that's on the other side of the road from the airport might be perfect, and there won't be security issues associated with that in the airport. But I know that it's part of the what do you call it? The air pathway. That's not the right terminology, but go ahead.
There may be challenges around water in that location, but that the airport is something
Good
that
idea.
maybe we can bring back and
Okay.
suggest.
Go ahead.
Just to throw into the mix of the Brits have a really strong heritage of allotment gardens.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, and instead of reinventing any particular wheel, I think that would be a nice, I'm sure there are hundreds of pages of lessons learned from British allotment gardens that can feed into all of this.
Adam.
And if I could add one thing, that if this does go to a committee to look into locations or sizes or what is put in them, I would respectfully recommend that the property that is best suited for a garden, that would be staff would be brought in for further discussion with that. Because just as you're all speaking right now with the airport, one of the major concerns I would have with being at the airport would be increased animals. If we start doing a garden somewhere in the airport, we would have to be very careful with the animal impact because we're already currently dealing with geese that are a pain. So I'm definitely not opposed to across the road because that really would have no impact on aviation traffic or inside the airport traffic. But there are some options at the airport depending on the size of the garden. But I just wanted to make note of that. So.
No doubt about it. You know,
The lagoon would be a good spot.
Such is gross. Okay, so just to stop that particular conversation, and I'm sorry that I've taken us all on a different path. Is there any thought about which committee might best be looking at it to work in conjunction with staff? And Councillor Richards.
I think overall it would be a cultural thing. As being the best place for it, but it can certainly live with the rec committee too. I'm wondering, wasn't there a community garden in Dorset? At one point, maybe it's no longer functioning. There is. And
There
how
is.
is it functioning today?
Go ahead.
It's Johnson's at Pizza on Earth. They have on their own property. You can use their garden space to community
Well,
garden.
it's a private property, but it'd be, I mean, that's a good spot to see how it works.
Good way to learn from them, and she'd be more than willing to tell you everything she knows.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I hear you on the cultural committee. I'm not sure there would be uptake. I would almost suggest we cast a wide net. We ask all of the possible appropriate committees, environment and stewardship. Like there's an argument for a number of different homes.
There's definitely an argument for environment and for sure, I can see recreation as well. It's a different type of recreation, but
That's right.
I do tend to agree with you that there might not be uptake with the existing cultural committee, particular as it's kind of like a working group right now as opposed to a full-on committee. Let's start with the environment committee and the rec committee and see what responses we get. So I'd look to the individual members responsible to bring that up and see what ideas come back. Okay, no money associated with that one. So anything more on the Stanhope Museum? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
The costs for the Lightbox website and the Past Perfect web hosting, would those disappear upon the reconfiguration of the township website, or is that ongoing?
I would have to divert that to Angie.
Those will be ongoing, yeah, because those are sites that host the specific information for the museum. It'll live within ours, but it will continue on in those platforms.
And it's been a discussion between the communications coordinator and the museum committee. So any other questions? Okay, what's next? Stanhope Library. Okay.
So at the Stanhope Library, as I spoke yesterday, the lift is in, most of the project has been completed, which is excellent. Unfortunately, it took as long as it did, but here we are. So just a couple extra little items to clean up while we're there is the replacement of the carpet and then the replacement of the rear door. And as I said yesterday, I just want to make sure that everyone was aware that wasn't the front door that we just installed. We're still waiting on parts and pieces for it, but yes, it's the rear door to the building that we'll be replacing.
Not to want to raise any eyebrows over a door at the library. Thank you for that clarification. Comments or questions? Okay, we're good to go. Didn't we? Pardon me? We talked about the firefighters in the community center, any work that needs to be done there. Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
And you. Okay, next I believe is planning. And I think we can probably get through that. Sean's got such a big and complicated budget. No doubt about it. Your work is complex. We have some highlights.
Yes, there is just a relatively short list of highlights for the department. It's mostly day-to-day operations that the planning department looks after, but
Looking at your extremely complicated issues, although
yes, certainly. But yeah, some of the highlights would be the continuation of the short-term rental policy development with the county, along with development charges and seeing where that eventually lands. Also service delivery review and looking for efficiencies there with the other townships. And the dark sky policy, which I know is something that all of council is looking forward to receiving. So I will be having a report coming forward at the March council meeting, the second meeting in March, with some more information on that.
I heard a silent cheer. Questions on the highlights? I'm reluctant and sad to say that I suspect that we will have the same challenges with the short-term rental policy that we are presently having with the shoreline preservation, and it might land in our laps. I don't know yet, but that may happen. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Would someone be able to remind me where we landed on the licenses of occupation discussion for folks taking over space on the opposite side of the shore road allowance?
You're right, that should have been in the highlights.
Yes, that is something I will also be bringing a report forward to council to seek further direction on, because that was put on pause the last time it was brought forward.
Okay, we look forward to that. And okay. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No budget implications for this year then presumably foreseen?
I don't suspect there would be. I think it'll be one that involves a lot of discussion before we actually implement anything.
Discussion and possibly revenue. We'll see where we land there. Okay. So the planning department summary. Comments or questions? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify those. So this summary is a summary of all the sheets that are divided up for the planning department, just to give you an overall perspective. So when you go into each of those, they're reflected. They're just brought forward to the summary sheet. So you can go through each one, the shoreline. Each
Okay,
one.
so the first one is shoreline allowance. That's mostly just revenue. Councillor Berry?
I think I asked this every budget. Is this decrease in revenue going to continue? Probably. Like, have we passed the peak of selling shore allowances?
It's hard to determine exactly how many we still have left, but it is a finite amount. You'll see through the planning department budget, there is a slight decrease in revenue projected. There just seems to be a plateauing and slight decrease in applications we received from the previous unprecedented couple of years that we had. So specific to short road allowance closings though, I have noticed a decrease in applications being received. I'm not sure if that is a direct reflection of the limited number that we have, but just a more reflection in the decreased amount of development that we're seeing.
And also, I think that there was a bit of a gut reaction to the shoreline preservation bylaw and people thinking, oh my God, I better buy my shoreline now. So it's probably a hard one to project what's going to be going forward. It would be nice to have an idea though, sort of how, even if we knew a ballpark percentage of what's remaining and what isn't. I don't know if there's any way to gauge that at all.
I can put my thinking cap on and see what I can come up with.
That'd be great.
It would be very challenging to have a
It'll fit
specific
better.
number,
It'll
but
fit better now.
very general idea. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Okay, next is Committee of Adjustment. Any comments or questions about the Committee of Adjustment or anything you wanted to highlight, Sean?
No, nothing to highlight, but happy to answer questions.
Councillor Berry.
This one just occurred to me just because I didn't see it in the overall. As far as legal goes, where would that live in your department? Because I know that often you're the one that has to go to court if there's an issue or bylaw, but does that just live in admin?
It'll be further on in the planning and zoning.
Okay,
That's really.
thank you.
Cultural plan. I do see the $14,000 for supplies and materials. That I think looks like it was carried over from last year. Is that for signage or like what's the plan there?
I believe that was for the development of the new cultural plan. Which the working group is going to be tasked with.
But if the working group, which are members of council, volunteers and staff members of staff, like where's the money that's associated with that? I just fail to see that. I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification if that was just the cultural plan review or if that was also signage, because I know part of the mandate has been to have a sign. Or if the sign project is now complete. I apologize. I was not on the committee last term and I've lost track.
Go ahead.
The 10,000 is for the cultural plan review, which was planned for last year, which the cultural plan committee didn't, I don't think they actually met in 2022. So it's been brought forward for this year for the cultural plan to be reviewed with the committee. That was the intention of council last year. And the remaining 4 is for this, like the continued sign.
I'm just wondering why the cultural plan, which is just a working committee, needs that amount of money to review their plan. I mean, they're not hiring a consultant. Or they are hiring. a consultant.
No, originally last year when this was talked about at budget time, the money was put in there with the thought that it would probably be a consultant that updated it. Now that council's made the decision to appoint the working group, that actually can be either reallocated or removed.
Thank you. That's kind of where I was going with that. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
And the last sitting of the working group concluded that the old cultural plan was so big and unwieldy that it actually couldn't find a home anywhere. It was very hard to make it a practical plan. And the intention is to simplify, 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 simplify over and over. So I do not suspect that this money would be required in part or potentially at all, but I do see that it's a contribution from reserve. So in a way, it's a wash. And if we don't use it, we don't use it. It doesn't impact our budget. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. But it does answer the question about like whether we really do need to, I mean, it's not a consultant, it's the working group that's going to do the work. That was my understanding. I look forward to that work, by the way. Economic development, that's a good tap. Pardon me? Sorry, Councillor Richards.
I'm assuming it's empty because we don't have anything. But I'd like to see something at some point, and maybe this year isn't the best year for it.
Gosh, that might be in the airport.
It might be.
No, I mean, we do have, we don't have a budget for economic development per se. And I think that, we do, it's my understanding that the economic development director is going to come and talk to us in March. I can't really see, unless we decided that we wanted to develop our own economic development plan, that there needs to be any money allocated to that. I think we need to do a little bit more blue sky thinking with respect to that. But, for now, economic development has sort of been aimed at the airport for now.
When the Dorset partner, or there's a committee that you sit on that often has economic opportunities or partnerships that come back to the council.
Through Lake of Bays, you mean?
Mhm. But overall, ideas and partnerships and that does have an economic impact.
It does have an economic impact. I'm just wondering, I'm thinking back whether there's ever been any financial implications there, though, that I can think of. So, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this tab predates the decision by County Council to hire an economic development coordinator. And in that case, to come up with our own money to do our own thing feels really like a bad idea when there's someone there who's skilled. So my suggestion would be to actually.
Well, that's kind of why it got turned around. I mean, I don't know whether you want to just absolutely get rid of it, because we may have something in the future that we want to think about that will, percolate from, resulting from discussions that we have with him. But the county got rid of their economic development officer and it moved into the, lower tiers. And it was obvious after a period of time that the lower, it was, kind of beyond the lower tier scope to look after, 4 municipalities, economic development, and back it is at the county, so it won't hurt for us to keep the tab for a while. It doesn't cost anything.
And that was my thought, actually. I didn't want to diminish
rid
it
of
or
it.
take it away because it is one of those things that can come back. So
Mhm. So next is road closing. Go ahead.
we don't budget this amount. So the amounts that are in this tab is just the actuals from last year. This is revenues that come in
Revenue.
based on what come in.
Okay, so strat plan, and I kind of wondered about why the strategic plan was, I guess I saw that more as a council initiative as opposed to Sean's baby.
It's just where it happens to live within the GL, and it's always been under planning because it is considered a planning and development type thing. So will be directed through council and so forth, but this is just where the expense lies.
There's planning and then there's planning and then no difference. Okay, thanks for that clarification. And the only other question I had about that is I'm sure you've thought about this. I had a question about whether that's enough. But I guess we've got money in reserves. So the last sheet is planning and zoning. Any comment?
This is where the legal costs, you'll see that it's included here.
And any questions about this? Madam Treasurer, you don't have a question.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to let you know that I did hear late in the day yesterday from the county in relation to the shoreline preservation bylaw services. They are bringing a report to council or to county next week. So there's no decision at this point, but there could be about $30,000 implication to our township that would have to be included in our budget.
So again, I'm thinking that would be offset by a reduction in the county's levy.
I'm
to
not
us.
convinced that that's how it's going to be dealt with.
That was kind of my understanding when we last talked about it at that level.
The way that I read the email is that this would be an actual cost to the township on top of our normal levy. They would take that out of the levy, however they were doing things before, but it wouldn't be part of our levy. It's a $30,000 cost to the township.
I'm not sure that's quite right, but anyway, we'll have to hear what they've got to say.
So I just wanted to bring it so council's aware and it is unsure because the decision's not made or not decided upon yet. This is the 2023 7-month cost is estimated at about 30,000. And it may be something that for the one time, even though I know it's wages and everything, but it's a cost from a net, like it's a shared cost type thing that we might be able to fund from planning reserve, but that'll be discussion at council at that time because we don't have a decision from the county.
Okay, we'll put it on the list, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Could you kindly talk me through what do you mean by impact on the township that doesn't attach itself to our levy? I don't understand the mechanics.
No, I don't either. I'm based on what I heard, I would have to respectfully disagree, but I'm not a treasurer.
You know anything further?
I didn't get the email, so I'm
I
not
supported
sure.
it.
Did you? Okay, I haven't looked at it.
The conversation is that this is it is not part of the assessment levy.
The county's
The
levy.
county levy, which is based on assessment. Because this isn't assessment related, this is waterfront related. I do not believe it is going to be incorporated in the levy. And I don't want to say 100%, but the conversation is still in works and coming. But it is saying there's a 7-month budget and an estimated 12-month budget. And they're broken out, and your share of the total budget on waterfront properties would be around $30,000. So I don't think it's going to be collected through the county levy from the way that she's talking.
Well, and that's because that the money that we were going to use at the county for the program this year was all in reserves. But you know, we could have a discussion at the county level that may change this. And what I would suggest that this is part of our big picture leftover. What are we going to do with where we are right now? Discussion that we should be having after lunch. We need fuel. It's 10 after 12 and we could carry on with this for a while. So we're basically, I think, through the budget binder. Yes.
Did we do tab 52 culture and heritage? Is it? It was between Sean and
It's just the Vertec, it's the website, and it's a standard cost, the $950.
okay, so
We didn't talk about the committee.
no, this is the tab. It's got a one-line expenditure on it. I'm just again wondering, with all of these website references, are we going to be bringing these into the fold into our new website? It just feels very bitsy. That's all.
I'm not sure if this one would be brought into the other website. That's that Vertec.
Isn't that the like cultural directory? Vertex,
I have no idea.
the grant that we received?
Can we bring that back?
Yeah,
at
yep.
lunch?
We are now going to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Are at tab 30, which is Dorset Health Hub. One of the ones that we missed during our discussions. So the standard contribution is listed as part of our budget for this year. And maybe you want to give us a little bit of an update on that? Is that coming out of reserves? No,
No.
it's part of the levy.
Part of the levy. It's a standard amount. 2021, we gave them the 10,000 to my knowledge as a contribution. But my understanding or my recollection is that in 2022, direction was given by council to get invoices and replenish the invoices or repay the invoices to the $10,000 limit for 2022, which was traditionally how it was dealt with.
But do we know if they, does anyone know if they acquired any capital improvements? I'm sorry, I'm looking at you because I think you were the last year's liaison and you know, I don't know what they had for meetings or if they talked about it.
Yeah, there were meetings. They were often activity specific. I don't believe there were any formal minutes written up. I can look for reports, but I need a few minutes to do that. I'm happy to, but I need a couple minutes.
I'm just kind of wondering because we haven't received anything from them last year. Could it be a carryover from last year's budget to this year? Do we need to allocate an additional $10,000? So I'm looking for thoughts about that. Jeannie, go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's not, we could put this into like as an expense from last year and then the reserve and net it out. But the thing is, this is a levied expense every year. We've not normally transferred it from reserve. So it's just maintaining its levied expense at this point.
What are we going to do about last year? Like it's like, I mean, it's kind of their time's up. Or are they going to come back to us and say, well, now you owe us $20,000? And we need to know, accept or decide whether we're going to accept that or not. This is go forward, putting 10,000 into the budget. Last year is a missed opportunity for them.
Can anyone remember when they actually came and gave council a presentation? That happened last term
No, I don't, oh, I don't know about last term. I think they were
or
here
sorry,
during,
last year?
not, definitely not last year. But I think they did write to us last year, making the same request. I guess so the bottom line is leave it in the budget for this year, anticipating that they will ask for the money.
That would be my suggestion, is that it's remain static because it is a levied amount.
Mhm.
I'll look back at my notes too and confirm, but I'm
So in other words, not making any increase to this year's budget.
correct.
Councillor Richards.
I would think that, in future years, they may need more than that. So I don't really have a problem with keeping it in reserves.
But it's not in reserves.
No, but last year's amount that they didn't claim would be into a reserve for them. Is that right? No? They just lose it? That's.
I mean, I think, if you wanted to do that, we could do that. I mean, it's not out of the question that we could do that, is it?
It's not out of the question. I don't think it's been traditionally done that way. This is a contribution, a donation that the township is willing to give to the health hub every year. If it's unspent in a year, it's unspent.
It's obvious there needs to be a conversation, with the health hub's representatives about how we're going to go forward with this, because if we had requested, that they submit invoices to us and we would compensate them, and that's not happened, they're not going to be happy, I don't think.
I'm just
Councillor Sherwood.
wondering that they had a death on the committee, and I wonder if that has contributed to them not giving us any invoices. Could be.
Well, there's still an organization, it's still a
I know,
committee,
but I
there's
don't-
still a,
I don't know who did what, so I'm just throwing out babies. That's all.
okay. Councillor Berry.
I support leaving the 10,000 in for 2023 that should be spent in 2023. That's my sense.
Okay, yeah, well, I can go with that. Other thoughts? Angie?
I'm just wondering, is council still wanting the money to be directed to capital? Just so we're clear on that.
Mhm. Until we have another one of those philosophical discussions about where we're going, to me, the responsibility for health remains with the province. There are, some agreements, that are in place that are other than outside of that realm, but I think that we would need to have a talk about it, and we would definitely, there'd need to be a stronger relationship. If they want operational money, it would become more money, and we need to be able to track that and have a reliable exchange of information. Over to you, Councillor Shortreed. I mean, that's going to remain in your future. Go ahead.
Given the sort of confusion around this, would we be able to reach out to the Health Hub Advisory Committee and see if they do have expenses that they are hoping to supply to us with a grace period of a week or a week and a half
Before they lose last year's.
before they use last year's?
We can certainly do that. I can also, as I said, we can set that money aside in the reserve. And if they happen to get invoices, fine, but otherwise it's not going to exceed the 10,000 this year unless they have a specific capital project. It can be done. This is just a budgetary item, so I can do the transfer to the reserve and hold that 10. With the situation with the committee, maybe they didn't do any capital works last year. They wouldn't have had a committee to do so.
Well, it's my feeling that we are not going to pass the budget today. Angie,
I found some notes.
yay.
The discussion was that council agreed if they don't use, we put it in reserve.
There you go.
I will have that done.
And we do need to have a fulsome discussion, you know, maybe we should invite them to come to a council meeting and first, let you know when their next meeting is so that, you know, you can communicate some of this stuff to them. There we go. That takes care of that. I'm sure you can. Okay, so is there anything else in the budget binder other than where we land with the parking lot? Tell us about our parking lot. Settle down in the corner. Anything else on the binder itself before we get to parking lot discussions? Okay, hearing nothing, give us what you've got as a bottom line in the parking lot.
Well, the one change we had yesterday that I don't believe was parking lotted, but it was agreed to was the regular plant purchases for communities in bloom at 1,500. So that's back in. The parking lot items that I have listed, and I will add to, volunteer appreciation was a $15 item.
$1,500.
1,500, sorry, wrong zero. The team building exercise, which was earmarked at $4,000. Additional bylaw staffing. We had estimated 60,000 just in conversation yesterday. In the interim, I have done a quick calculation of hiring a bylaw officer from April to December, and I would say that that's more closely to 65,000 in wages and benefits.
I'm just wondering if April is, I mean, we've asked for a report to come back from bylaw. I think we need to give them a little bit of time, you know, on that. So I'm sort of thinking that maybe we might look at having somebody maybe for May as opposed to April, just to give it a little bit more time. Councillor Barry?
Since I brought that to the table, I'm wondering if a smaller timeline would be possible. Like I'm thinking peak season, like, or even May, June, July, August, like 4 months.
Then you're talking about maybe contract
like
services.
Contract service.
Go ahead.
Having said that, in discussion with the building official yesterday after the meeting, one of the other thoughts was if we budget the 65,000 April to December, but we actually get like 2 contract positions for those like May to whatever, the cost would still be incorporated then. But we are now establishing the possibility of a new bylaw officer for going forward if we put it into wages at 65,000. So that next year, should we go to the full year gamut, it won't be a full year hit within the budget line itself.
So we've got to think of this, you know, is what we're doing and what the long-term implications are going to be and how that's going to work for the bylaw department. So, thoughts? Councillor Richards.
I think we're probably gonna need 2. And I do think it's gonna be a short window of just the kind of summer season where we're gonna see the most activity. And I'm saying 2 because don't we need 2 to go up to some of these places, especially like weekends?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And the way that could work, and we, you know, we maybe need to hear from Greg. I can see he's got his thinking, his wheels are turning. That you know, I've sort of, when I see that, I think, okay, we've got a couple of regular people here that are knowledgeable about the municipality. So if we get 2 contract people, one could go, you know, 1 township, 1 contract. That's up to
This,
staff them.
this is, I know that some of the trail staff does have bylaw capabilities. Is there a possibility of having cross?
But that's bylaws and activities that are related specifically to infractions in the trail system, right? As opposed to taking them away from their responsibilities and, having them go and check for parking at the Hawks. So, I know they do have those capabilities, but I suspect that they're already very specifically targeted. And those are secondary to their primary role, right? They have their bylaw capabilities, but they're not considered to be bylaw officers.
That's right, if I may, they are doing trail maintenance, campsite maintenance. They're doing trail maintenance, campsite maintenance, and also checking campers for valid permits, enforcing bylaws associated with water trails at the same time that they're doing maintenance. Yeah.
So I think that's kind of out. Councillor Richards, and then over to Angie. Yeah, okay, Councillor Richards.
So I know that bylaw has boat, but I'm thinking of water access properties and I'm thinking of maybe money's needed that's gonna need to enforce bylaw out there. Like it could end up being a very big thing to do. So I'm thinking maybe we need a lot more discussion about it, and I think Greg's got to go think about it.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering.
But we need to
should we
land on a
budget-
dollar figure.
Yeah, should we budget a little bit more for the equipment side of it, or?
Madam Treasurer,
This is strictly, the 65,000 is strictly wages and benefits. I would hope that we could redeploy existing equipment and so forth within here to a point. Because we will have hopefully an extra SUV for bylaw and building and bylaw. So I'm hoping that the other costs may be in this year captured, because we don't know how many, that type of thing. It would be a ballpark as to what we would require, but the 65,000 we can sit on comfortably, knowing this is the wage cost for a bylaw officer from April to December, and whether we end up getting two for a shorter period in that time frame. I think that would be sufficient enough.
I'm thinking April, December is a little bit longer than we need in the first year. And I'm also, with respect to your comment about the need for, equipment, part of what we're looking for is coverage on weekends, which is outside of what, the normal hours are, so that there's some ability to share, a boat vehicle. Would I be right in that? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I have three separate thoughts. One is very much thinking about peak season, June, July, August, September, something really specific rather than much longer. My second thought was, is it possible to use this as almost an opportunity to study,
Test it out.
to test it out very much, but also to ask ourselves some very specific questions that we could answer in that 2 months that would really guide us in a future decision on it. And if it were more of a study in effectiveness and efficiency and public responsiveness, or whatever it might be, could there be somewhere in the reserves some money that we could pull, because we are learning from this? It's a one-time only. Let's look and see. And I don't know what the zoning reserve, or I don't know, but if there's some way that we could make this a specific thing rather than look at it as a wage with an immediate ongoing expense sort of tacked into it.
I would say it's not zoning. It's not part of the zoning reserve. I agree that I would look more to a peak period. I'm trying to think about the amount of money that we're talking about too, and how we can offer something that's really going to support bylaw services how we can keep the costs at like April to December is 9 months. And I'm thinking more in terms of like peak 4 months maybe, or even 3 months where we've doubled up and we've got 2 people that during a peak period, and that can bring the cost down a little bit. Something else is going to take a hit.
Just to clarify, if you want to do it for the peak period with a contract person, you'd still need 2 then.
Yeah.
Because otherwise our existing staff would be doing overtime. So we're going to implicate our budget with that.
Okay,
So-
wait a minute. To clarify what you were saying before about the 65,000, was that the amount of money needed from April till December for one person? Okay, so that's 9 months.
So if you divide it in half. It's just a ballpark figure, but it's based on something legit. Like I can give you a number saying, I feel confident in giving you 65,000 as a costing for a full-time person.
Understand that.
But if we split that full-time person into 2 people for the June, July, August, September, whatever those months are, hopefully I would think that this amount would still cover those 2 people because we wouldn't have benefits and other things that would be incorporated in a full-time person. So I'm just saying the 65 is like the half is the costing.
I understand that.
Okay.
We've got that. I still think that in our minds, we're trying to figure out, okay, how much money are we going to put into this? How is it going to work in the best period of time? I still think that maybe 3 months is a really good trial period if we're going to do this for year 1 while we think about how it's going to work. And we're going to have to hear from Greg.
And just keeping in mind as well that from experience, recruiting someone for a very short period of time is very difficult. Unless you get a student. So just to keep that in mind as well.
Councillor Richards.
Would we consider deputizing like lake stewards, for example?
I'm sorry? Who?
Deputizing lake stewards, for example, to better recruit for this?
My mind screams no, for all kinds of reasons, training, liability.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just,
Yeah, you know what, I hear you, but I think not. Deputy Mayor, do you?
I don't think so for lake stewards because they do come from all sections of society and are not necessarily at the lake. A question that we floated a couple of years ago, though, I believe, was some of our local volunteer firemen and women, that if there were certain portions of bylaw that they could be trained and certified to take on, like noise bylaw infractions at night, because they are seen as leaders in their communities. They're seen as leaders in their communities. They're seen as representatives of the township, full stop. And I think we floated that idea, but I don't remember how we landed apart from saying no. Like I can't remember the reason why we said no, but that I'm still kind of pecking away at that in my mind because they are there. They're on call mentally for us anyway. There may be interest, but I think we said no earlier.
Angie, and then I think I'd like to hear some thoughts from Greg.
I do really think that as far as what the details look like and who it should be, we still need to have time to bring that back.
I do.
And so without knowing those details, I would recommend the 65,000 is what Jeannie has indicated. I'd rather have more than not enough. And, and we can bring back the details. It's difficult to sit here without time to formulate that.
Greg, thoughts? And if they're the same thoughts as Angie, that's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Yeah, they're the same thoughts for sure, but there is clearly a larger discussion as we're, there's 100 questions that I need answered prior to bringing a report forward. I guess to what extent do we want the bylaws, or is there a portion of bylaws that are more important than others on the weekends, for instance, like noise and parking? Or do we focus more on, everything? I know obviously the enforcement, offices are out there to enforce everything that we have on the books. But is it more of an issue with, say, parking than it is anything else? That's one question. I know fireworks has always been on everybody's mind. That's going to be a real difficult.
Hard one to catch.
Because we've never been able thus far to catch, to get the complaints. Where is it? Across the lake. Unless you can enter on the properties at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night when there's party going on and actually see discharge, you really, that's a real tough one. Excuse me.
Well, they're done by the time you get there.
Yeah, basically noise and such is something that we can pinpoint a little easier because typically it's it's a neighbor of that is having a problem with it. But again, nighttime enforcement creates an issue. That's where I've always relied on the OPP because they always go out in pairs for sure, and especially at nights for those types of activities. Weekend work, doing parking and such, that's an easy one to once we get some more bodies to correct. I'm really excited we're bringing forward or wanting to bring forward this AMPS bylaw that we've been talking about, and I want to have a report in for next month for that, and that is the monetary penalty system that we want to implement. Rather than tickets through the POA that would end up having to go to court if they were challenged and such, they are something that we can do on site with the person remotely based on information from our officers on photographs, license plates and such. So once this starts to ramp up and the word is out there, I see you'll see a huge decrease in a lot of this, on a lot of the issues that you're facing right now. A lot of the complaints that you're getting. We're just really getting into it now. And it hasn't had time to foster any sort of resolve from the community. So the word, I know our officers were out and ticketed 2 yesterday, parking tickets. So the word is getting out and people are starting to become educated, and that eventually it's going to stop. We haven't had the enforcement up until now. We have, but not to this extent. So with the addition of our bylaw enforcement officer, it's been great. We've realized a lot more activity in the bylaw department and a lot more enforcement. So I feel if we give it a little bit more time on our current path, that we're going to realize a huge difference. That's one option, but I know that if weekend is, and I know there is discussions or plans to explore other avenues of contractual ways of doing weekend work as well. So, but again, that's all part of the report that we have to formulate.
I would say, and I think, unless I'm wrong, and I would look for others to dive in, that it is parking and noise and fireworks, but we'll see what happens with short-term rentals and shoreline preservation. Like we're really at a loss as to know exactly how that's going to work. Whether the county is planning on continuing to enforce it with, having us pay for it in a different manner. We're kind of up in the air there, but I would say parking and noise are probably two of the biggest things if we have a problem with following up on fireworks.
Yeah, and to add to that, if by chance short-term rental and shoreline preservation become part of our portfolio or purview, that's something that doesn't happen quickly and end overnight. It'll be there on Monday morning as well to deal with. Noise is one thing you kind of need to be on top of, and parking. So,
well, we recognize that there's definitely a lot of thought that you need to continue to put into this, that you want to bring up a report back to us, and I think that'll help us a lot. But we still need to land on an amount of money and kind of a time frame that we're looking to cover.
I just had another thought too, in relation to the AMP system. We have budgeted a very small revenue related to that system right now because it is going to be so new and we really don't know what to anticipate. I
Mhm.
can tell you from my experience here, POA revenue is next to none. Last year's was none because the administration outweighed the revenues and we did not get a revenue. So we have been very quiet in our estimation of revenue for this AMPS because it is new. So one thing to keep in mind is even if we do add a bylaw officer, whether it's 2, 1, whatever it is, we could see increased revenues from the AMP system that will offset that cost in this year. We don't know that, but we can anticipate it based on the fact that the system's only been in place and we're already doing tickets. So
So the system's in place now.
well, it's the parking. I think
No,
that was part of
no,
our
that's not
normal
what I-
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're still on our old POA
Yeah.
parking tickets, right?
yeah.
So we don't
So,
have,
no, we don't have it yet, but it's in the works. So that's another thing to consider, even if we do put it up to 65, maybe our revenues of 5,000, or we don't know what their revenues will be, we'll offset it.
can you give us an estimation of when you think that might be in place? And
Amps?
Yep.
I'd like council to see the report next month.
that would, you know, if we landed somewhere on your report, when would you see it being implemented and operational?
Depends on how I would like to see the report presented as a bylaw. And if I need to speak to Angie a little further on, but that's my intention is to try and get a bylaw that council can look at and approve. But
With supporting information behind the bylaw.
right.
Okay, but that still doesn't say like, okay, if you did that next month, that we would be able to start using the system, like it's not something that would take any time to acquire or put into place, or needs to be a learning period, like could we start using it May the 15th, or would it be more likely into the summer before we're?
Yeah, I think there would be the stumbling block would be we would have to hire, I guess, a hearing officer, as well as print the ticket books. I'm pretty sure ticket books need to be printed, so there'd be that timeline. Other than that, there would be no real education component.
Okay,
Just
a
simply-
hearing officer?
Yeah, that would be all part of the report. Is a screening officer required and a hearing officer. Now, the hearing officer would not be an employee of the township. It would be more like a paralegal you would bring in for that purpose only if something was challenged to the point where they wanted to take it to a hearing officer.
Okay.
Now, and that would be a cost recovery as well, because it would cost the person to have that day in court, if you will, especially if they lost. They would have to pay the full fee. So anyway, that's all part of that proposed bylaw.
Angie? I'm just trying to pare it down to like 50,000 or, you know, just.
Yeah, and but just what Greg just said about a hearing officer
Mhm.
makes me think that we will need to pay that cost, even though it's cost recovery, we need to budget for it.
Yeah, and that's only on the off chance that it's obviously that it's because it is going to be like a $250 fee for the person to challenge a ticket to that point, to come in to have a look, to see if they're eligible to have it reduced or squashed. Anyway, you're right, there's a budgetary concern.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just went back up to. Councilor Barry?
Just in regards to, I turned open the bylaw. In regards to the estimation for additional staffing for the septic program, is there room for bylaw and septic reinspection to work together? Sir.
Go ahead.
I actually had been thinking of that while we were sitting here, and I'm again not sure the logistics. You know, those are positions that would likely be doing, would no doubt be doing weekend work.
And there's a whole scheduling of appointments for septic inspections, and I see that there's opportunities for gaps.
Except in the situations, and these are things that honestly, Greg and I really need to talk about is in those situations where they have appointments and they get called away to a bylaw issue. So do they conflict? So yes,
We
it
need to
did come
think
to
about
mind,
that.
but we have to flush that out.
Okay, we're back to, you're being quiet. Do you get any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not sure they're particularly helpful at this stage. Some of them are just repeating what others have said. I think the two little concerns that I've got jiggling away is wanting to hear a bit more about the amps, because I've got fears that while we are facing a huge parking problem across the township, it's also an interesting time to start finding people more when we haven't really gotten them. So I don't know, I'm looking forward to that report and that conversation at that time, and not wanting to really make a call on anything now, but in advance of that, without that supporting information, which I know you've thought through already. So that was one piece. The other piece was something else that Greg said, which is we haven't had our deputy CBO for very long, not for a full season. And you know, could there be scope to wait and see how this summer goes with the full additional staff person on board that we've been hoping for a couple of years, when we finally got her done, and see if that relieves enough pressure so that next year we can have this conversation. And in the meanwhile, all of these other ideas will have found their home.
Yeah, I kind of agree. The only thing that's kind of concerning me is that right now we're looking at a Monday to Friday. And our concern is that we have issues that are much increased on the weekend. You know, the whole parking and noise thing, it's just, blows up during the summer months and on the weekends. And, we haven't even talked about the idea of whether there's a willingness to look at a different shift schedule, or, that's a big thing. And, staff are not hired on those terms. So, I still think that we may be talking about needing, some additional. I'm kind of hearing overall from every direction that there's going to be a need for more bylaw enforcement over and above what we have now got in place. I really do. And I do think that there's, some trial period, let's check it out for the summer and see how it goes, is something that we need to do. Really, all I want to do at this point is land on a dollar figure or not. And what we're going to include, and, keep it to a dull roar if we can. And, that the 9-month coverage seemed like, okay. I mean, I'm not questioning your numbers. I'm just questioning, do we really need to cover it for 9 months, even if it's 2 people for 4.5 months? Councilor Richards.
I'm happy at this point to just put in the 65 for now, so that we can build something, so that Greg has time to come back to us with something. I am very fearful to go into this summer with nothing from counting on the short-term rental and nothing we can do to help our residents in the summer deal with what they've been dealing with for quite a few years now. I just can't stomach doing that to them again.
You're here. Councillor Barry.
Clarification in regards to wages. It just says that it includes an estimation for additional staffing for the septic program. What does that mean?
There is, we base it on a recommendation of 2 staff for the summer months, for 4 months, to help us complete the current septic reinspection program. Excuse me. So we based it on, and I can't remember the figure that we used, per hours type of thing, and the amount of hours that they're going to work, but that figure is in the wages, and I believe that 20 something thousand. I can't. Yeah. Anyway, so that's all that is that we figured out the amount of hours to be worked and the type of staff we're going to have to hire and put that in that.
What was the bottom line there for that?
The bottom line for the individual, for the extra staff or?
For the septic inspection
I
for
think
salary
We're looking at 20,000 for the two.
for the
staff.
two? Counselor Berry.
And the timing for those two, what was that considered?
For their employment time is June till September.
4 months.
See, that's where I'm sort of wondering about the cross pollination because the timing seems to fit with what we're trying to do.
Well, and why, you know, what's the difference in salary between, well, I suppose there's different qualifications required for the two different jobs, but it seems like one's quite a bit lower than the other. Gonna land somewhere here shortly, on a dollar figure.
I guess I'm still a bit confused though of how someone who is doing septic in the day could then do bylaw at night. And it sounds like the night, because I agree with Councillor Richards. For me, it would be get in there with something so specific. It's a nighttime and weekends position for noise and for fireworks. And anything else that is like a hot and ready thing that has nothing to do with, oh, he's building a deck that he shouldn't be building because he doesn't have a permit. No, nothing to do with that at all.
That's
It's nights and weekends for like two things.
Well, the only crossover between septic and bylaw, like what, you know, bylaw enforcement, to me is when we see a property that, you know, has got 3 bedrooms in it and there's like 20 people staying there. There's, you know, enough cars there to, that is, is there anything that we can do about that without a short-term rental bylaw?
No.
Even though the septic system has been designed for a certain use and,
No, there's
okay.
no, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do on that one. We have been contacted on short-term rental change of use, even though we don't have a short-term rental agreement bylaw or otherwise in the county. As a building official, a building was identified as change from its use to short-term rental, and they advertised a whole lot of folk, and the septic did fail, and we did stop that. Because that's a building code issue,
Mhm.
building code act.
So there is some
There is
leeway
some,
there to.
yeah. But we can't go in, sorry, and discriminately just say, we need to walk through, we need to know how many people are staying here, you know.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
It would be a rush, I realize, for this summer, but is there scope anywhere or precedent anywhere in the province wherein you could have like a call sheet of locally deputized people, you know, one per lake, who wants to show up if there's a noise problem or a firework problem on their lake during the summer months, and they're called, or they're paid on a call out basis. And I know that that's super complicated, but is there such a model out there? Because we also have the thing that if we've got a bylaw officer down in Stanhope and then there's a problem up at Oxtongue at the same time, well, you know, and then they're halfway up to Oxtongue and then they get another call for Halls Lake, and it, you know, we've got a big township.
Ask the police about that.
Yeah, sure. No, there's no model that I'm aware of on that yet, but we can certainly look at.
And that makes me a little bit nervous, but just the same as the lake stewards. Yeah, I mean, they're willing people, but their interests are quite specific, you know, that they're, as opposed to being bylaw officers, they're, you know, looking at lake health and water quality.
Yes, but I'm not referring to lake stewards. I'm referring not a class of people, but putting out the call to interested individuals on the lake who may be up for the summer, but would be, you know, just delighted to be the one who has a little bit of authority to go over and tell someone to turn off their stereo system.
I guess why I'm saying it's the same as the lake stewards, because we're right back to liability and them not
Right.
working for the municipality and you know, that to me, I think can become a real sticky wicket.
Yes, I'm not sure the fear of that would be a reason to not try to see if we can work it out,
I
though.
don't think it's a fear. I think it's a reality.
I'm sure you,
I do. I mean, we've got so many liability issues that to put somebody in a bylaw, you know, that you're trying to enforce bylaws, that it is going to be a liability issue.
This is where, again, we need to have time to formulate some of these ideas and bring them back rather than council trying to figure it all out for us. So it's really, it is the number.
That's all I'm saying, like, that we need to decide on a number, and I'm trying to kind of pare it down a little bit from 65,000 because we've got other things on the list that we haven't even mentioned yet. Councillor Berry.
Whatever that can afford us. Propose that as $50,000 and a pilot project. Given the other systems that are impacted, given that we still are short on parking.
And a report can come
And a
back to
report
tell
can
us
come
how
back.
that might work. Can we work with that?
Yeah.
I like that answer. Okay, can we all live with that for now? See how we make out. And what do you got next on the list?
I'm afraid.
Don't be
Just
afraid.
kidding. The next item is log shoot and the preliminary design plan. We did add 5,000 to the budget. Now, having said that, and I would need some direction. I know there was a log shoot. There was with regard to the insurance implication or whatever with log shoot, but I just wonder if maybe 5,000 from that reserve because we're doing the annual contribution. Or just forego the contribution, but I would leave it in and just take it from reserve, as I just didn't know if that's a possibility.
Thoughts on that? Councillor Berry?
I personally would like to defer that until we have parking situation figured out.
Angie, did you have something that you wanted to provide?
The 5,000, sorry, Jeannie, can I just get a clarification? The 5,000 transfer to reserve, was that including the regular 2,000 that we do? Because the 2,000 was a commitment from a previous agreement that we have to transfer 2,000.
So that's it. It's part of
Yeah.
it is part of that. 2,000 is part of that 5,500. So we've been doing the 5,500 now because we knew there was going to be exceeding the insurance, my understanding. So that's what I'm saying, this 5,000, if we wanted to do it, we could pull it from the reserve because we've been exceeding our requirement, and I wasn't sure of the requirement.
Yeah, so the 2,000 is required to be transferred to reserve.
So we're talking about an additional $5,000 to do a plan there.
We were adding 5,000 for the preliminary design plan. I'm saying offset that by 5,000 from the reserve if we wish, as part of the works for log chute to be replaced or fixed or whatever going forward.
I think that they've got to be kept as, I'm hearing they need to be kept as two separate things. Because one is specific to the log chute itself. The other is specific to the park area around the log chute.
That's all I needed to clarify, because as I say, I'm trying to offset your $5,000 extra spending.
We're done. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Richards.
So with apologies, then which of those two are we referring to right now? It's the log chute design or the slope design?
The slope
The slope
design,
So
access to
Okay.
the parquet and the log chute
yeah,
park.
then I concur with Councillor Berry. I would like to see that tied to the overall landscape parking. Heaven forbid we should do something and then have to tear it up.
Okay, so that's out. I'm sorry, Councillor Richards. Okay. Okay. In between bylaw and the log chute, that's out. There was a brief conversation about we solved the Communities in Bloom money. There was a brief discussion about a contingency if we have to think about the Pavilion Park or do anything about the Pavilion Park in Dorset. Could that, if we find that we're faced with that, or that council decides that they want to are found having to look at assuming responsibility, would we be able to pull money out of reserves to do that? Yes. So we don't need to necessarily, because I had a figure here of $3,000 to $5,000 there that
I believe
love to
that
be
was
able to
where it
scratch
was
up.
left yesterday, was that if that comes to be,
We could
that
take
we
it out
would-
of reserves.
we would get direction to pull it at that point.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. I certainly wouldn't want to dedicate money to something that hasn't even been confirmed that it's being let go of.
No, I hear you. I just kind of, you know, it's on the radar and as are a number of things. And I wanted to be able to scratch it out. Okay, so where are we at now?
So last item I have is the conversation back and forth that we've had about the airport reserve transfer. I didn't put a dollar amount. I just said the 197 may be reallocated. That was the only other parking.
The question that I asked you was where are we at with
dollars?
additional, yeah.
My apologies. We are sitting at 4.43% in the levy.
How much money does that additional
is
money are we talking about?
57,000.
57,000.
We started at 3.48. We are at 4.43, so it's just under 1%, which is correct because 62,000.
Yep. Okay. You,
Sorry.
that's better than I thought it was going to be. Councillor Barry.
I just wanted clarification. You said $4,000 team building exercise.
Yep.
Since we are doing a new strategic plan, do we need to be doing both at this time right now?
Yes. In my estimation, yes. We talked about this earlier during goals and objectives. We are, although we're not entirely a new group, we have a totally new dynamics. And that's for us to work together. We have a new deputy mayor, we have a new mayor, we have a new member of council. That's 3 major changes in our organization. We have staff that are, how's this all going to work? And I really do believe that in the beginning of a term, that a team building session is something that would really work us well. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. We all really gained a lot of benefit from that. And I believe that would be helpful, and it is totally separate from doing a strategic plan, because that's long-term, big picture thinking for our term and beyond. Now, like by all means, if somebody disagrees with that school of thought, that's not a hill I die on. I mean, I think it's a good way for us to move forward for all of us. Because for the team building, to me, that includes, partly a session with council and a session with council and our department heads. Because we all need to be on the same page. Deputy Mayor, I'm so sorry. I keep saying that. 4 years is, it's hard to wipe.
I get the team building is separate from strategic planning. I'm wondering if it's possible to nonetheless knit it together in some way, either by having the same consultant capable of doing both, do both as part of their package to us. That would be one way, or even thinking of good, relationships, good team building is, I know I'm kind of fishing here, but if we have a little bit remaining in the strategic plan reserve, whether we might be able to fund something like that from, 3,300 projected by the end of December 2023. And I just wonder if there's a way to authentically knit them together sufficiently that we can find a way to fund that without throwing it on top.
My only thought about that is that I see us needing the team building a lot earlier. Like I'd sort of envisioned team building being required relatively soon for us all. Strategic planning a little bit later on in the year, because, then we've got our budget in place where we've got new staff, we've got a new council member. We've gone on a tour of our properties. We've got more, I think we'd be more ready is a terrible way to put it, but we would be much better prepared to move forward with a solid strategic plan. a little bit later on in the year. And I mean, it's possible that the same consultant might be able to, I can think of one right off the top of my head that would be able to do both. But whether we could split them up and say, like, can you give us a price for both, but we want one then and another later? Maybe. I could see it knitting together that way. Go ahead.
The last time we did the team building, it was the disc assessment, I believe, which had some inbuilt costs to run those things, and there's software involved and everything else. If this didn't have any software attached to it, if it was a really solid team building consultant who came in for a day, I don't believe it would cost us 4. I think it could cost us, 2. And even cutting it to 2 is $2,000 less. I don't think we need bells and whistles. I think we
Well,
need
and there
good
isn't, like, I mean,
conversation.
there's a little bit of leeway in the reserves that if
Yeah,
it did,
yeah.
if there's.
Yeah. But
I agree about the disc assessment. I know that there were certain aspects of that we did like, but it added more money for sure. And I'm not sure that it infected my thinking or how I went forward. And yet I know that there are others that it very much, it really resonated. The session resonated with me. I knew what kind of person I was. I didn't need her to tell me. Thoughts? Jeannie?
Well, I just wanted to say that where you're sitting at right now, or where we are sitting at right now at 4.43 in the levy, is less than 4% in the municipal tax rate impact, just so you're aware. Just so you know, and an estimated combined is less than 2%. So just so you're aware, the overall tax levy rate, or the tax rate, we're sitting with $4,000 versus 2,500 or whatever.
Makes any difference.
That amount of money isn't going to make or break it.
Personally, I could live with where we're at, but Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I completely appreciate that. And it's a great reminder. I do think it behooves us in this year above all to try to save those pennies wherever we can. But I absolutely do take your point. It's all relative. Yeah.
You know what I think? I hate to bring this up. I really do. And I don't want to go down this path. But I think if we knew what our staff have gone through in hacking and slashing their budgets from 14% increase to 4.43, that we should be damn happy with where we've landed. I really believe that. And given how much everything is costing, and the cost of living increase, the costs that have been added to everything that we have to buy, this is a good place. It's not a bad place at all. Councillor Richards.
To that point, can I bring up about the COLA, just giving them the 6.9 instead of 6?
You can bring it up. Sure, I can't, I mean, you can bring it up, but I will not go there. Personally, that's just, you might as well know my vote right now. I think that we are under sufficient scrutiny, that we have treated our staff really well with where we're at right now. And I can't see us going above that. I really can't. Yes, you can.
And I do really appreciate that. I can tell you on behalf of staff that everyone is greatly appreciative of what council has put forward for us. So I think the 6% is certainly sufficient.
Anyone else? Sorry. Wasn't stopping you from bringing it up, though.
They did do
And we're appreciating that. They've earned their percent increase right then and there. So, Councillor Berry, what have you to say?
There was only one of the departments that I saw a really large increase, and that's the tower. And I just wonder if there's I'm trying not to pick on anyone specifically, but the tower has like, I think a 365,000 or 365% increase in expenditures. And I just wonder, I know a lot of that is the lightning rod.
They're big ticket items that.
I know. I just wonder, is there any way we can not be at that high? Just
What's-
comparative to the
What's
other
a tab?
departments?
Okay, tab 60, 50.
I do pay a lot of attention to that.
Madam Tru-
Decrease.
Madam Treasurer.
In this case, as much as I don't, or do agree with you on it's a, oh my goodness, 365% increase. But the dollars is only minimal. It is a, like percentage, it's there. But the difference between what we did last year, 15,000, and where we're at 70,000 at the end of the day this year is $55,000. That's less than 1%. So you have to look at it. I mean, the 365 looks really skewed, but the actual dollar amount, because it's weighted, is very little in the big scheme of things. So if you look at last year's budget, the amount, the excess of revenues versus expenditures was 15,000 at the end of the day, budgeted for 2022. This year for 2023 in the tower, the excess expenditures over revenues is 70,000. So the difference between the 2022 budget and the 2023 budget is $55,000. So yes, the percentage in that line is huge, but when you look at it on the whole perspective of what we're raising of 6.2 million, it's less than 1%. It's just within that one, it's hot.
As an example, if you had $100 expenditure and you went to $200 expenditure, you'd have like 100% increase and you'd go, oh my God, 100% increase, but it's only $100. So I think, when you look at it that way, it's
Over the township. I just wondered if there's any room for the consulting to be in-house. Or something, just.
well, and that's why I asked that to be split out earlier on to get a better understanding of like how much is actually for the lightning protection system, how much is in the planning, how much are we, and I suspect it's very specialized work and not something that we can do. But I would like to hear from Angie.
And that's covered by the reserve. So if it's not
So
spent,
it's
it
not-
won't be taken from.
So it's not impacting the bottom line. Angie?
But just on that, like going back to the discussion with Chris around the revenues relative to merchandise. Again, it is something that we don't know. You could increase the revenues slightly, even by $5,000, which would help the bottom line. There's no real guarantee that we.
But we could.
I support that.
And we did ask for a report to come back to us about fees and looking at an increase in fees. So that will assist the process.
Another one to look at, and not to, but if you look at election, for instance, the election, the bottom line last year was $1,000 and this year it's 9,600. We covered the cost last year from the reserve, but if you did the increase on that one, again, it would be exorbitant because it's gone from 1,000 to 9,600. But the actual dollar amount is $8,600. So again, 8,600 of the full amount being raised is very, very minimal. So that's just those percentages on a department basis are department by department, but in the overall big scheme of things, that's where they have to go.
Chris, you have to come to step up to the microphone, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify in relation to the fees discussion. It was for the water trails campsite fees.
Great. Angie?
Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu had asked earlier about the event management consulting costs for Oxtown Lake. Right. Chris, can you confirm, because I think I'm on the right track here, but they are included in the tower, right? They're not? Okay. I thought they were in this.
No, they are budgeted under bylaw because it started as a bylaw expense that we offset with the event staffing to manage the road closures there.
So it's still in the budget?
Correct.
So if council is directing we not engage those services, that
How much is that?
$7,000.
And you feel confident that it would not be necessary?
I wonder if we could take it down iteratively, perhaps look at only 2 stations for this year instead of 4, and then maybe remove it altogether. But I can, yeah, I'd also really like to hear staff feedback on that from having overseen the whole thing. But it does feel excessive now that the park has. It feels excessive for some of our roads now that the park has permanently resolved their permitting system for fall colors. For Oxtongue Lake Road, I can go back and find out, and I'm sure you've got context too for that.
That sounds like a reasonable approach. So we could take half of that out. Go
If
ahead.
I may,
Yeah.
there was quite a bit of discussion and a report at the outset where I believe the total road closures is 6. 3 of them would be staffed, which were the ones that were most problematic. There has been good feedback from residents in that process has worked and that they're not seeing the issues as a result that caused us to go down that path to begin with, which were trespassing and parking and no parking zones. How that would look as soon as you pull somebody away, we wouldn't know until we actually tried it. I think the traffic flow is certainly still there. We certainly still do have a lot of people who are non-residents going onto those roads. The question would be whether or not we wanted to even still continue with the road closures. But we are turning people away from those road closures on that busy weekend.
Is the actual, I understood that the problems started or became so bad because there were such long waiting periods to get into the park, and that's now resolved. So that there shouldn't be that long lag time and the kids need to get out of the car and look at and do stuff. I kind of like, rather than, cutting the program off, I like the idea of maybe let's bring it down to, 2 access points or, just a couple of less people, see how it works rather than, stop the program and then have to oh my gosh, we made a mistake there.
And this may be something to consider. Certainly it'd be simple enough to make a calculation to change to fewer people. I could do that quickly, but it depending on timelines and what Greg brings back for a report with bylaw, weekend coverage, et cetera, it may fit with something like that from a bylaw perspective. I'm not sure.
So where do we land with that? Jeannie?
Well, it's in the budget at 7,000 right now. Would we all be comfortable with 3,500 half?
Sure, let's try that. Go ahead.
And I'm getting into the weeds, I realize here, but I suspect that each individual person does not account for a specific amount of that 7,000, that, there's still the overarching contract costs, the admin costs, the travel costs. So if we cut it in half, it doesn't automatically result in half the people. It might, I know it's weeds, but, could we say 4,000 just to?
Sure, I can see if there's some room for savings and we're moving in the right direction with that, then slowly phasing it out, but it gives us a chance to see how it works. Sure, I'm not going to pick away between $4,000. You raised a point about contributions to reserves for the election. It just brought up a question in my mind. I'm wondering if we maybe missed the boat by not continuing to, like, because last year we didn't contribute to reserves. Should we have?
Normally in the year that we spend the reserve, we don't contribute. Because you're just taking and pulling out, it's the same bit. It's really, but that's the normal tradition, is that you don't contribute the year you're spending it. In this case, where it's a multi-year situation.
Okay. Okay, other thoughts? I'm not unhappy with where we're at right now, to be perfectly honest, but Angie.
I just have a question for Chris and his thoughts around the people ready. Given that we're doing the new ticketing system at the tower, do you feel that we still need the same amount of people ready there as well?
Yeah, we did look at that last year and consider that. And yes, we do. We still have the need for, essentially, you're still managing traffic coming in the gate, and you're still managing the direction of flow on site and parking, which they're paramount in. So at this time, I wouldn't want to go that direction. Wouldn't be my recommendation.
Okay, anything else? I think, I mean, we're not, the bylaw itself had come back to us when? Christina, where's your end?
The tax rate.
Mhm.
Well, it would be based on whether we agree that today is where we land, or whether we come back.
I guess my thinking was, okay, we've kind of landed at a place that is reasonable, everything, all things considered. We might, want to think about all of this. We've asked for reports to come back and sort of thinking about how much time, is there room for another discussion now that we've kind of cogitated and tossed things into the.
What we did last year was we had planned for a possible second meeting next week, and we did not have that. We allowed council to have the week in between the today's discussion and the next council meeting to mull it over. And then that day is when we actually just resumed budget final discussions and decided this is where we landed. And then we didn't bring the tax rate bylaw until the following week. The clerk and I had just confirmed all those dates yesterday. So that is a possibility that we do that. It allows more thinking time. Give staff, we won't necessarily get your reports back to you in time for us to actually have them necessarily for the meeting on the 1st of March, or 2nd, whatever the date is. But it would give staff some time to get maybe some preliminary thoughts behind it.
Well,
So
and
we
we
can have a more.
For those items that we needed reports or that not needed, but that we've heard there are going to be reports coming back, we've already allocated some funds. So, I think we can give the appropriate time for the reports to come back. Okay, now I saw your hand. So what do you see?
So the two things I still see on my list are the volunteer appreciation and the parking conversation, which I hope A, would have a cost implication for this year, and B, we could find from reserves. So it doesn't actually add anything, but I think now's a good time to chat about it.
We did talk about volunteer appreciation. It's in at 1,500.
It is in at 1,500? Okay,
yeah.
great.
And yeah, my apologies, because there's 4 items here that, parking.
Yeah.
And setting some money aside for surveys or something, because we do know that it's a big thing. We also talked about the possibility of a reserve for docks and landings. We dealt with the people ready contract. And the cultural plan. I've got the cultural plan written down here. The expenditures looks to me like, I don't know whether my note is right, but it looks like it's showing that the expenses have gone from 14,000 to 30,000. That can't be right. Where are we at with the cultural plan?
The cultural plan is, there's $10,000 in the cultural plan for a plan.
You cross that off.
The other thing I wanted to comment on, and we didn't really decipher, is where that volunteer appreciation is landing. Where am I putting that?
Council.
1,500. Council. Okay, just to clarify.
Yeah, because it's our thanks to the volunteers. Who are you, Chris? Sorry.
Actually, you ended up bringing it up, Mayor, about the docks and landings. I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start a reserve for docks and landings and for parking. Here's what I offer. $20,000 go into each of them, comes out of the airport. Go ahead. Councillor
I'm
Turvey.
okay with it for now, only because parking, I think, is going to take a long time. I don't think we're gonna have anything.
It's going to cost a lot more money in the end,
Oh,
but
100%.
but we need to talk
100%,
about
but
cost recovery and
Process for parking and almost like an asset management plan for parking, because there's gonna be more than one parking issue. I mean, just like docks and landings, right? We're not gonna have 27 parking lots, but we're gonna have quite a few.
well, I bet you there's 27 areas where people want
That's what I
parking
mean, though.
lots.
If you take it in relation to docks and landings, there's lots of parking issues, but I think this is gonna be a big pie in the sky picture. It's not gonna be something that's gonna cost much this year.
Okay. Councillor Richards.
I think we have a healthy amount in the airport in reserves, and I don't want to stop contributing there by any means. But I think we need more in docks and landings. And so I would almost want to split it 100 to the airport, 97 split between docks and landings and
Parking.
parking.
Deputy Mayor Daya.
I am reassured by the reminder that we've had over the years that reserves are ours to do whatever we want with. So, we can certainly philosophically put that commitment in now, but if we needed to change it later, we can, and it's just up to this group to do that. So I'm not actually too concerned about that sum of money, so long as there's a commitment to get the work done, which I think there is. I think for the for the docks and landings, my question is more, how much more do we want to put in consistently on a yearly basis? And I wasn't sure if your 20 was sort of the beginning of a year-on-year increase, because we've already got a docks and landings docks and landings reserve, but we drain it as quickly as we fill it up. So I think our needs are covered for this year, if I'm not mistaken, for the costs we're projecting for this year. So I don't see us needing to put 27 from airport into docks and landings for this year. But for me, the question is, moving ahead, are we committing to more? Where I would really like to see a financial commitment for this year is in parking. No, I don't think we'll be able to put shovels in the ground this year, but I would love to have, if there is such a thing, a parking guru come look at our world in this township and try to help us conceptualize what are our options, long-term, medium-term, short-term from here in terms of, oh yeah, you've got that problem with the Crown land. Okay, here's some options. Oh yeah, you're thinking about pay to play. Fine. Here's some options that would fit for a township such as yours, where you don't have, parking staff who are always out there to, but someone who could conceptualize our approach or possibilities for our approach to parking so that we have somewhere to go. That for me is such a critical need in our township, because that's what I get more than anything is parking.
I don't disagree with you. And when I said, okay, let's start a reserve for each one of these, and 20 and 20 was not a suggestion that that's the amount of money that we're going to look at every year. It's just a commitment that we are going to start those reserves, and let's see where we get in this year. In our discussions, we'll have a better idea about what we want to do. So it could be a different amount later on. I don't know what to think about the idea of a parking guru consultant. Maybe that's what we do need. But to me, that's another consultant and another 30 or 40 grand. And
We do have a docks and landings reserve in place already. It's there.
but we're talking about
But we're,
bumping it up.
it would just be an additional contribution. It would just up the contribution for this year. We could create a parking reserve separate.
Mhm.
My other option or my other thought was that it could go to the asset management infrastructure because then it can be removed or moved around as well instead of creating another.
Oh, I
separate.
see.
That's totally council's decision, but it just be my recommendation because you can have so many earmarked reserves, but they can be moved around so many ways. So
So you're saying put $40,000 into asset management planning?
well, it's
Or
the
do we need it to-
infrastructure. It's the one that we're putting the 1% of the levy in every year. So it's an all encompassing. If you want a parking lot reserve, absolutely. I have no issues doing that. I'm just saying that is another option.
We
using
had talked about the possibility of doing an asset management plan specific to docks and landings. And so I'm just wondering if that needs to be kept separate from our other asset management plan. I don't know what the answer is to that. Chris and then Councillor Barry.
Yeah, so looking at an overarching long-term plan for docks and landings was an option that was presented to council. What we did land on at that time was the other option, which was to do them essentially one at a time. The main challenge being is that large plan would include the need to do a number of property surveys where we don't know the boundaries of all of our properties on landings, which you're around $5,000 to $7,000 per survey. So there was just large costs associated with that on top of the consulting fees. So council opted to go towards as they came up in the asset management plan approach.
I just see that we, in both parking and docks and landings, we're looking at a lot of survey costs. And, maybe some of this money could get us started in some of those places, as our discussions move forward. Councillor Barry.
I think that docks, landings and parking are all sort of access to water. I see them living together.
Yeah. That's kind of back to what Jeannie was suggesting.
Well, as I said, I had suggested the asset management infrastructure reserve, which is all encompassing. It can go wherever it needs to go when the time comes. But I don't disagree. Maybe it is that the full amount that we decide we're doing goes to docks and landings and we reconsider it at docks, landings, parking. I don't like it is related.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I agree they're related. My concern is that there are immediate parking problems in places where we've got an adequate dock. Thanks very much. Like I think about Hardwood Landing. We've just put in a major infrastructure project for Hardwood Landing.
But there's
We're
still
not
a
going to touch
parking
that
problem.
again for a million years. But boy, oh boy, could we go after that parking difficulty at that landing. So I absolutely agree they're related. I'm not sure that we would necessarily time study or changes together consistently across the township.
That's true. I want to see you guys arm wrestle over which one takes priority as far as Hardwood Landing and Knox. Did I see your hand up, Chris?
No, but I'll take it.
You take a shot at it anyway.
I don't think from my perspective, some sort of overarching plan for parking and looking at that from the big picture side of things is a bad idea. It is such a big thing and it does go outside of just parking areas. And to your point about Hardwood Landing, that's a perfect example of where right now, what we're doing, we're looking at that infrastructure, we're replacing the docking, we're replacing the retaining walls, but we're not sure of the full extent of our property ownership around the landing in that particular case, because at that time we hadn't gone forward with the discussion about the need to do all of our surveys, et cetera. So then I start to think about, okay, you know, it then ties into, of course, the discussion about the problem where we have in some of those landings where boats are being stored. Our bylaw says boats can't be stored in those locations, but it's happening and it's becoming a larger and larger problem. We're not in a position to enforce those bylaws because we don't know where those boats sit relative to our property, whether or not it's even a bylaw that we can enforce. All of that being said, looking at the whole parking issue across the whole township, and it really is something that's countywide. It's such a big thing that perhaps even just starting with an indication of where all the problem areas are, what the opportunities are, and then either deciding at that point to move towards prioritization of addressing things one at a time on a priority list, or that kind of overarching picture. But either way, I think at some point in time, some decisions need to be made and discussions had about what we're trying to target. So it all kind of ties in together, but where do you start without first knowing where you want to end? Having saying, you know, how much parking do we want to provide? What are the targets staff can work on that we can even start looking at these areas? And that's
wherein lies the rationale for us saying we need to have a parking discussion and a lot more than what we could do today. And I also want to hear from Adam because he's worked, you know, a fair bit on, you know, on the parking at the Hawks in particular and looked at this. So, you know, I just kind of want to hear from everybody so that we're getting perspectives from all over. It helps our thinking going forward. Thanks, Chris. I think we're finished with you for today, but I'm not sure.
We can play the musical chairs. It's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to remind council of a report that I brought to you in 2020 regarding the Big and Little Hawk parking area. It was the last report was brought forward was the PW 4320. And in that report, it did break down kind of some parking areas that were being suggested based on an investigation that was approximately 3 to 4 months long, looking at different areas. Those parking locations also were looked at by the county and by my predecessor, Brian, who was looked at that prior. So just as a reminder, we were looking at costs in the neighborhood of $500,000. But that was very, very basic. Like if we're talking parking, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, because it's not just about landings, it's parking across the township. Without a doubt, we're $1 million project in 2 parking lots there. I mean, that's just a shot from the hip. I haven't even, you know, you'd have to consider all kinds of different things in there. And that was for $500,000 in 2020 was for a gravel parking area, you know. Now we need to look at exact size, and I can only speak to these 2 locations because those are really the only ones I investigated for that area. Obviously, Chris has the better idea of landings and whatnot and what's required there. But at the time, you know, we were looking at solar for parking mates or parking meters and gated access, and like this is a huge, huge picture. So I don't know, maybe council might want to take into consideration docks and landings parking, and then a separate entity all on its own for the Big and Little Hawk parking. And I think that should also be segregated out between Chris and myself to take a look at those options as well, if council so chooses.
Thanks, Adam. You know, while Chris was talking, I kept thinking we got to talk, you know, we're going to have to bring this back up. That's why I was looking at you. Speaking to the parking, you know, like I just can't envision us getting into parking meters in Algonquin Highlands, but you know, what about some kind of like card lock system for gate permits, getting an annual permit, you know, and I mean, that would reduce things a lot. And I think it would be a lot fewer headaches as far as, you know, administration and overall enforcement. And it all ties in with bylaw enforcement too. So that's why we needed you here, Greg. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Yeah, and again, back to the idea of the parking guru, I think those are exactly the sorts of questions that we can be looking at, and whether we choose to to treat the Big Hawk and Little Hawk parking spaces the same way as other docks and landings can all be figured out over time. But if we understand, if we have someone who helps us to understand, what does this township commit to when it comes to parking philosophically, because we can't grow endlessly. So trying to figure out what's a reasonable target for what we're going to be offering, what is a reasonable target for cost recovery, and then within that, what are the various models of service that we can provide? And that's when we can start to parse out what we can
Projects.
provide at any one site. So I think we're all speaking the same language. My desire is to put that what will be a considerable sum of money, there's no doubt, but that we front that expenditure with a really thoughtful review of what's out there so that we can make as cost efficient decisions as possible.
All you needed to say was we need to have the parking discussion. But we're in agreement. I mean, we're completely in agreement that it's important. It's a big issue here, and it's becoming a greater issue in a number of departments, and we've got to solve it. Councillor Barry.
I'm not taking, I hesitate saying this, but I personally feel that we do have the gurus. I feel the report that Adam is mentioning is giving us as much information as an outsider would. I think what we need more information on is the type of infrastructure that we would be installing, if it was card locks or if it was that. And I think a supplier of those things would have that information. And because it would be a purchase, they're going to try and sell it to us. Like that, I don't know. There's a lot of money in the budget on consultants. And I feel at this point, I'm not ready to put any money into a consultant.
I think that what we're hearing is we need to have a greater discussion. We have to set aside something. We need to do it fairly soon, and that will help guide the direction that we're going to take. That I'm not sure that we're ready for the guru. Maybe we are. I don't know. Like I don't disagree. I think we hear an awful lot of people complain about the number of consultants that we hire and the amount of money that we spend on consultants. And yet on the other hand, we've got staff that have specific duties to perform and they're performing them. And, there's no bandwidth to do more in some cases, especially when it comes to this kind of specialized service. So, I mean, we probably need to have more discussion about this and hear more. You guys you're hearing our thoughts now, and you need time to observe it yourself and think about the best way to go forward. I'm going to go to Adam and then Jeannie and then Jen.
Yeah, I do have the report pulled up here. I did bring it with me just in case we did have this conversation. So, the original plan for the parking in that area was a prepaid service as well as a paid so the challenge with the Big and Little Hawk is that it's not just I think there's 175 residents or properties on Big Hawk Lake alone. So the idea was that we'd build a parking lot big enough to hold those parking plus additional parking for the log chute. So the idea at that time was to put in a card lock system in a sense that if a resident of the lake could come to the township, pay for the entire year for a card that would allow them access. Now, if you were to say come up on a day trip, you would be able to pull through like you can at a hospital, let's say. Similar setup. We've all been to one where you would pull through, you'd stay, and then when you leave, you're charged accordingly for your time. The challenges that we would face at that time that was brought up was maintenance of the parking area, maintenance of the card lock or the gate system. I mean, none of that is overly challenging because this is not new technology. However, it's just something that also needs to be discussed further. And then the sheer size. We keep talking about planning for the future. When we planned these ones, it was, a decent size, but I think we would have to definitely look at, how much room we have, what we're trying to achieve, and then go forward from there. But the idea at the time also was an option that was brought forward was a payback system where, you know, the township would upfront the cost right away. And then it would be a cost recovery as people use it. So, but there is ongoing costs annually for maintenance and things of that nature.
And you'd have to also consider, okay, so you've got 187 properties on one of the lakes, so you build a parking lot for 187. Like, that's a big parking lot in itself. Never mind those pass-through people. Like, how do you deal with them if you've, I mean, we're starting to get into the parking discussion weeds here. If I think that we're setting direction by council here, and we do need Jeannie to be able to tell us where it'll fit. But if it's an opinion at this point in time, that, you know, I just, no offense, but
It's not
telling us where we can pull and draw the money from.
It's not
is
an
what we-
opinion. I'm just saying, we talked about the splitting of that airport transfer. I'm hearing that parking is just as much an issue as docks and landings. So this is just a suggestion, 50 to parking and 47 to docks and landings, and the 100 stays in the airport. That's not an opinion. That's just because I'm hearing both of them being as bad, like each of them having their own issues.
I would love that, with the exception that I would like to spend that 50 this year for a parking study. I really, really, really would, because I appreciate so much work has been put into the Hawks, and that sort of information can absolutely be used in other parts of the township. But if we work on the big problems now in the next 2 years, given the bandwidth of our in-house expertise, when would we get to the Hardwood Landing parking? When would we get to the end of Harris Road on Oxtown and other areas which are small, but where we get constant telephone calls requesting a solution? And my fear is, given our in-house bandwidth, that might be years and years and years down the road before we can say we're actually looking at it. And I feel that if we could get an overall approach going, then we could at least go back to our constituents to say, okay, here's where we're aiming for. Your landing area, or sorry, your parking area fits into this category within the township. So this is the overall plan, and we might not get to you right away, but we're making progress. We've got a plan in mind, rather than doing things piecemeal. It's my very firm feeling that we should be spending upfront money on it, and I would like to do that this year.
That's opinion number one. Opinion number two.
I'm not entirely sure I disagree with you. I think we need to have an overall review. I'm just thinking, the project manager role we have coming in, would he not possibly be the one being that guy to take this over, working with both Adam and Chris in that scope? And the money, all of this is an incredible amount of money. And I feel like that money, maybe right now, this year, is better spent on getting the surveys that Chris needs for the docks and landings areas to even know where that parking could possibly be in relation to them. And the conversation that needs to be had. The report on the Hawks is great, but I think it needs to be updated. And I think it needs a little bit more considerations put in. And we need to have that really overall parking conversation first, before we even think about whether or not we need that consultant, I think.
Councillor Berry, then Councillor Shortreed.
I think it just might be a little bit, but yeah, I do think in regards to a card lock situation, we have an access to water, which is an issue across the township, no doubt. But I think that we want to allow access across the township. What I don't want to see is you don't have property on Hall's or the Hawks. You don't get to access that. Like, we still need to have people that are rural residents residents paying
Oh, yeah,
taxes have
absolutely.
access to all of these places as well.
Well, there's a need for the big discussion because we have water access only property owners that are looking for parking in some, you know, in a rather extraordinary way. We do have a lot of public access points that don't necessarily have, you know, specific properties assigned to them, but we do want to provide access to our lakes, to our, you know, to the average bear. So, you know, I think I'm kind of back to, we need to have the discussion. And I'm not quite ready. Like, I kind of like the idea of the possibility of, let's see who we get for a project manager and how much time they have. I mean, we've got projects, but they're specifically most often in the construction season. Maybe there's some leeway time or some time that can be set aside for working on this that would take away from, you know, for adding a burden to staff that are already, you know, working hard. Counselor Sherwood,
I was just gonna say
I
what you
just
were
want to call
saying.
everybody by their first name at
That's
this point in
okay.
time.
We're just getting into the weeds. We just need that huge conversation going forward to get us to where we need to be able to start looking at parking.
So would there be a possibility to have the conversation and then at that moment to direct money to be taken from the reserve if council should decide to undertake a bit of a study? Because I'm fearful that we're going to walk away from here with no money allocated to it and no possibility of putting money towards it later on in the year.
We have reserves and we can't do that.
Yeah, if we establish the parking lot reserve at 50,000 or whatever you decide, it would
we have
be
general-
expense to that, and then we have the general as well, but it would be expense to that and then pulled from that if council so wishes later on.
But I mean, that my question was that in general reserves right now, could we do that without chipping away at anything as it stands?
You can use the working fund reserve as well.
Okay,
It's certainly possible.
So, you know, yeah. You've all heard that we need to schedule a parking discussion and when, you know, however that fits in, and don't mean next meeting either. To do our best to schedule that, you know, is probably the first big picture discussion that we have. Yes,
And we can certainly do that. I will need to know when that is. Like, because are we thinking March?
no, I think that's asking too much. Because we all need to think, and I know that we do need an urgency, but I'm just thinking, you know, we've had a pretty light agenda this time, so we're getting into March, so there'll be a heavier agenda. You know, we're going to be passing the budget. That, you know, I think if we could hope to have it, like, say, maybe the first meeting in April, if everybody could be, was that asking too much of staff? Because staff is going to have input into this too, but I mean, part of it is just responding to our thinking. And, you know, I would see, you know, all three of you gentlemen being involved in that discussion, because there's bylaw, there's docks and landings, there's, you know, the work that, you know, the actual construction and the work that you've done on it. And, you know, I can see us needing all of you to put your heads together. And is that too aggressive?
No, I don't think so. We can certainly put that together, and perhaps, you know, sort of outside of this, we can talk about what we want that to, or council can give the direction now on what we want that to look like exactly, like what you need from us to have the full discussion.
And that's the hard thing to pin down, because it is a blue sky discussion in many ways. I mean, we know what the problems are, but how we're going to approach them in a practical way, and, you know, how we're going to determine what the priorities are, you know, is hard for us to tell you to prepare for, you know. Just Lisa first and then Jen.
When, just this question's for Angie. Angie, when do you see, if successful with the project manager, when that position may begin?
Yeah,
It's tough to know whether we'd be pulling someone from another position. That's really tough to know. I'd hope be sort of April-ish, but we won't know that for sure.
Again, I would think that for our first big conversation about it, that very little would be required from staff because it is just a sharing of thoughts and insights. I guess my only specific request would be, I have in my mind from Ward 3, the types of parking difficulties that we have. I would really be curious to hear, particularly from Chris, about what he and his staff have seen as in, if you could break out the types of problems we have into categories, what would those category headlines look like? Just to give us a bit of a framework with even very, little detail there. But, the hawks is one very specific type of problem. Then there's the hardwood landing type. There's the ox tongue lake type. Then there's.
And believe it or not, there are issues in Stanhope.
Yes, and well.
They're
the hawks-
serious.
The hawks was my.
Oh,
very
yeah,
first-
no, the Hawks are,
Yeah, I am referring.
look at
to-
the map.
And I'm just referring to the types that I'm aware of in my, in my constituency. And then there's the Bear Lake Road types, which is a whole other kettle of fish. So there's, yes.
Please don't go down the Bear Lake Road.
Just categorizing would be very helpful.
That's where the food for thought for everybody is, and your ability to say to us, when we get out of line, like, hey, hold on, you ladies are losing it. Councillor Barry, and I'd like,
Yeah,
we're going to bring this discussion to a close here.
Just thoughts. I know that the CAOs are meeting regularly. I just wonder if that could be a discussion point for sharing across the county, because I don't think this is an Algonquin Highlands centered problem, but what the other municipalities are doing.
Yeah, it would probably be helpful for you to raise that point in here, in the interim, what sort of ongoing issues there are as far as us being able to partner and share. I think that we've got enough on our plates in that department, in the shared services.
I almost see it as when they do the septic reinspection, that map that has like how much impact is in an area. Like I almost see that sort of information, like, okay, this parking lot in 2023 has this much impact of overuse, and looking ahead of like, we're not going to deal with anything that is a pinprick, but we're going to, plan for the expansion, because I don't think it's going to get small.
No. Councillor Richards.
Just in jumping forward from the parking, I didn't want to lose our need for a housing discussion too. And if anything, any funds have to be directed towards that, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure that there do need to be fun. I'd like to think we really need to have a discussion about the things that we can and cannot do. I don't know about needing money to go into that at this point in time. I sort of see more of it in agreeing that we might go in a different direction or not, like what areas we're talking about, the types of housing that we think might work for us, what we might have to do with respect to planning and zoning. I see it more as a planning and zoning. We can't change the building code. Although there may be, I think that the province is going to change the building code, and I don't know yet. Have you?
There is a change.
Okay. Sorry to make you,
Sorry about the mic protocol. Yeah, there is a change, and the code has changed. It's due to be released in 2025, from what I understand, but it's not going to affect too much about what you guys are discussing about housing in that front. It's I think it depends on what you're talking about for housing. I mean, the code is not changing radically where it's going to change anything on our front.
as far as what you're required to do for construction,
Correct.
or like, where do we stand on the tiny house issue? Are they legal or not?
Yeah, that doesn't matter to the code. It's a structure is anything over 10 square meters. A
Okay.
building. So,
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I was thinking along the, the same line, is there anything that we can do locally for housing? But I do see it as being more starting with, let's dig back into that zoning bylaw review that we spent a lot of time on it, but if we went through it with opening up housing options in mind, what might we find in there that we might be able to alleviate just that little bit more? And it's a tiny housing question. It's any number of things that, will perhaps allow more people to do slightly more things on their properties in order to improve housing. So it's more policy to start with.
Then money.
And then other things would be like, do we have any spare land that we could offer up for, attainable housing alternatives? But that would be more support in kind rather than us building an entire building, which I don't think is ever going to happen. So if we could dedicate some time to start thinking about what can we do, that would be for me the more important than trying to figure out if there's a dollar amount that we could put on anything right now.
And acknowledging what the province has done to change. I mean, now people can have like three residences on a single property. And that definitely opens things up a lot. Creates a lot more opportunities for people. But yeah, the discussion I don't think really requires money. It is more policy and bylaw review. I saw a hand on either side. I'm going to start with Angie.
And I just wanted to add to that was that we have, in accordance with what the county is doing with housing, we did provide a list of township properties for their purpose. So that's been done.
Oh, that's a good piece of information. Madam Treasurer.
Sorry, I'm the finance. I have to figure out what was the final decision.
Well, we were right where you were still with
The dollar amount there, but I'm just on the reallocation with the airport transfer. Are we
There's-
doing anything or we're not doing any reallocation, the 197 going straight to the airport?
No, I think we're staying right where we are for now. Or we, I'm definitely not, I'm open to, massaging that amount, a certain amount, but to go down to 100,000, we're talking about big picture, long-term thinking here. The airport is a long-term thing. We've had that, we've sunk money into the airport, made preparation to do things, put off planning. We got a plan that was, obviously not acceptable to council of the day. We've agreed that we want another plan and there's definitely large amounts of money attached to it. To start chipping away at that, I think is a dangerous step. It is our other than tourism and adventure and, things like that, it is our only really truly identified area where we can see economic development, as you normally think about economic development. So I'm just really reluctant to start hacking away at that and thinking that, we've got other priorities that are big. There's no question about it. But until we've really talked about it and landed on where we're going to go with some of them, I've kind of lost track of where we stood with we've got reserves for docks and landings. We don't have a reserve for parking. This is the last item that we're going to talk about today. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'd be very happy to start a parking reserve. We know it's going to be a specific issue, or we could keep it in the infrastructure, general infrastructure asset management reserve. Either way, it is a priority and we can always shift stuff around. I'm hopeful, we're all hopeful that by the end of this calendar year, we will know what we can do with those lots at the airport, how much they would cost to get going, how much revenue we could expect from them. So my very sincere hope is that this time next year, there will be more information to be able to delineate.
Solid.
And then if that
Working with the economic development guy.
And then if that 197 ends up being not necessary, then, we immediately allocate it to something else. So, I don't think we're losing at all, but I think it would be good to acknowledge that we've got to start planning for parking.
Well, I just know that I won't go to 97,000. I won't drop that. That's just my vote. I'm not willing to go that far, you know, you see, maybe I had 40 grand in my mind, splitting it up. If we want to put $40,000 into parking, I can accept that. We need to hear from all of us. I mean, we heard Councillor Richards say 197,000. I don't think until we have our discussion that we need to go quite that far with the parking reserve, acknowledging that it may be a lot more in another year. Councillor Berry.
I think we need to be putting minimum of 50 to 60,000.
I think we need to be putting a minimum of $50,000 to $60,000 towards the parking.
Councillor Sherry, I'm just about toast.
I
Sorry.
agree. I mean, anything under that is all a drop in the bucket.
50,000. Can we live with
Yep.
50,000? All right.
Yep.
We're agreed.
And the docks and landings, no more, the rest all.
Leave
goes
it
to the
where it
airport.
is.
Absolutely fine, just needed your final direction. Thank you.
And we've got some time before the budget is actually going to be adopted. If we hear or think of something that, you know, we need to have a little bit more discussion, or I'd like to think that we've landed in a reasonable place, that there's been a lot of thought put into where we are now, a lot of work done by staff, a lot of good suggestions, thoughts and ideas here. And we're still standing. Councillor Berry.
Was there any talk from Chris in regards to revenue for the trails?
He's going to bring a report back.
Okay.
To us. And whatever, you know, we garner from that report and whatever agreement we make will be, you know, a bonus. Yes.
I'm just gonna let you know that I will make sure that you all get a copy of this impact, so you know where we're landing next.
Okay, right on. That'd be great.
Can I just ask where we're at for the public's review?
I was gonna do that too, my bad. So right now, we're sitting at an overall change from where we were $54,000 in total, on top of the 208 that was suggested when we started the budget procedures. So 262,885 is the increase in the levy, which equals 4.38%. Just under 1% from where we started.
Just under 1%. That's pretty reasonable. Thank you. Excellent piece of information. Okay. There's no resolution required with, I'll get to you just one quick question. There's no resolution with respect to budget. No received for information, no resolution attached to that. Okay. Councillor Berry?
I would really love to know what that is on $100,000 assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Can she provide that to you when she sends us?
Yeah. I can tell you right now,
Okay,
on the municipal tax rate, where we're sitting at is a $12.63 increase for the year. on
per
100,000.
100,000. But that's not
That's
what the
just the
end result.
municipal, based on the estimated, which is the county hasn't set their 2023 rate, it's the same. So because we haven't got that rate, so $12.63.
That we're adding, but there, that may change. You've got to put your microphone.
Seek clarification on the county shoreline.
We have to have a discussion about that at the county before we really know
That's
where
not
we're
even-
going to land with that.
Okay.
There might be some arguments at the county about that. Well, you know, I mean, we need to really see what the report is and have a discussion, see where we land. Okay. So could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt a bylaw accepting the compressed work week policy? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed. You have a question? We've got a mover and a seconder. We're just waiting for them.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2023-08 to adopt a compressed work week policy, bylaw 2023-09 to authorize execution of agreement between the corporation of the Township of Algonquin Highlands and Curry Truck Center.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to authorize an agreement to allow the purchase of a tandem truck? That Councillor Shortreed and wow, you're just a whiz, aren't you? I just missed it. Okay. It was listed as a separate item on the agenda, so. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the confirmatory bylaw? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved that bylaw 2023-10 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council be received and read a first time, consider read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? Who would like to make a motion to adjourn? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved the regular meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:59 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, one and all. Especially you in the corner.